That is Dr. Shivaji Sargar sir from Mumbai University is the resource person for this session, and Dr. Sharad Gadekar sir, BOS member Savitribai Phule University, is the chairperson for this session. The next session is Dr. Nitin Zaure sir is the resource person for the session, and Dr. Avinash Ganbute sir is the chairperson for this session. For the fifth session, we have Dr. Utpal Sharma sir from Tejpur University, Assam, and Dr. Jivan Sarode sir, US member, Savitribai Phule Pune University, will be the chair. Will chair the session, and final session will be.
Chaura, please unmute. Chaura, please unmute.
Today's conference.
Saure sir, you are mute. Please unmute.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, all of you. I'm Dr. Prashant Saure, convener of
Saure
this
sir,
international conference.
sir, mic चालू करा. Mic चालू करा Saure sir. Mic बंद झाली.
Already mic is on.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Audible? Hello.
येतोय आवाज सर.
येतोय.
You start the function now. Start.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, all of you. I'm Dr. Prashant Saure, convener of this international conference. Welcome to all of you on this conference, Recent Advances in Humanities, Commerce, Management, Engineering, Science and Technology. It is jointly organized by Engg Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandals, College of Arts, Big One, Dattakala Education Societies, Dattakala Group of Institutions, Swami Chinsuli, and Rangapara College, Assam, Amrivali, Assam. I'm very happy to welcome the chief guest of inauguration function, Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil Sahib, former Minister of Cooperation and Parliamentary Affairs, Maharashtra State, Dr. Mahesh Shewale sir, the keynote speaker, renowned educationist and research scholar from USA, Professor Ramdas Zhol, President of the Dattakala Education Society, Dr. Charu Saharia Nath Madam, President Rangapara Education Society, Principal Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir, Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun sir, Principal A. Keste sir, Convener Sharad Karne sir, Convener Dr. Ranendra Dekha sir, Santosh Mane sir, and all the participants who join here. I welcome all of them by offering a virtual bouquet. Friends, we are here for one-day international conference on recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, science, technology. First of all, I thank all the participants for giving such an overwhelming response for this conference. Due to modernization, there are changes and advances in every aspect of life. It is very important to note the changes and recent advances. That's why Engg Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandals, College of Arts, Big One, Dattakala Group of Institutions, Swami Chinsuli, and Rangapara Education Society's Rangapara College has come together and organized this international conference to discuss this important issue. Without spending much time, now I invite Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir to introduce this conference. Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir, Principal, Rangapara College, Assam.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant Saure. Very good morning, everybody. Honorable Chairperson of this session, Professor Ramdas Zhol, respected Honorable Sri Harshvardhanji Patil sir, former Minister of Government of Maharashtra, respected keynote speaker, Dr. Mahesh Shivaji Shewale, Honorable Principal of the College of Big Bang, Dr. Mahadev Walnus, Dr. Prashant Saure, Santosh Mane,
the contour of this international e-conference. Respected participants from different corners of the globe, respected faculty members of all three institutions. At the very first, I welcome again all of you to this international e-conference organized by jointly from southwestern part of India, the College of Bigban and Dattakala group of institutions of Maharashtra, and from the northeastern part of India, the Rangapara College of Assam, on recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science and technology. Last year, we had successfully organized an international e-conference. Today, this is our second time joint venture. We are organizing this international e-conference covering all the field of study, especially focusing on multidisciplinary studies. My dear friends, Government of India is going to implement the National Education Policy 2020. The key pillar of the National Educational Policy 2020 is holistic and multidisciplinary education, which sensitizes students to the fundamentally interconnected nature of all human knowledge and inquiry. This new policy envisions a large multidisciplinary higher education institution in every district by the end of 2030, as the large affiliating universities result in low standard of undergraduate education. On July 19 of this year, the University Grants Commission, UGC, wrote to all vice chancellors and all colleges, especially affiliated colleges and higher education institutions, urging them to implement multidisciplinary and holistic education. In that letter, the UGC mentioned that the multidisciplinary and holistic education across discipline will ensure unity and integrity of all knowledges. Friends, according to the Commission, UGC, such education will help develop well-rounded individuals that possess critical 21st century capacities in various fields, including arts, commerce, science, language, social sciences, management, professional and technical and vocational, all the field of education. While concluding the letter, the Commission requested the higher education institution to take appropriate action for the implementation of multidisciplinary and holistic education in their respective institutions. It further asks the institution to share the initiative taken to adopt the multidisciplinary and holistic education on the university activity monitoring portal. I am confident this venture, this international e-conference definitely will help in preparing a roadmap for restructuring of our affiliating.
Sir, your voice is not coming. Sir, please unmute.
Kalita sir.
Now your voice is coming now. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Now, with this few words, I would like to conclude my introductory speech. Already, I have spent a few moments. Thank you, all of you again. Over to Dr. Sole.
Okay, thank you, sir. As you mentioned that it is the second international conference organized by Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's College of Arts, Bigwan and Rangapara College. I hope that this collaboration will go on in future also. Thank you for explaining the objectives and purpose of this international conference. Now, I would like to introduce
Your voice is not coming. Yeah.
Sorry, sir, you are not audible.
Sorry, sir. Check your internet connection.
Sorry.
I think so. The connection is poor there.
हाँ
Rahul sir, please check it. Otherwise, you continue.
जी सर यस तो बोल बताइए ना इसे बोलो तुम्हारी से
Yes.
यस सर
So, Varesh sir, continue. See, voice is not coming. Yeah.
Sorry, sir, you are not audible.
now I would like to introduce today's chief guest for this inaugural function, Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil sir. In his busy schedule, he has given time for this inaugural function. I'm very happy that he is very much interested in education, we can say, and giving his contribution in the field of education. Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil sir, Sahib is the president of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Shri Shivaji Education Society, and Shahaji Pratishthan. These are the leading educational institutions in Pune district and Maharashtra. He is the former minister of Maharashtra state. He is one of the few ministers who has presided as the minister for 4 consecutive terms in the government of Maharashtra. He has shouldered the responsibility of Minister of State for Agriculture, Minister for Marketing, Minister for Employment Guarantee Scheme, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and Minister for Cooperations. Now, all of you know that the new department, that is cooperation, is there in the center also, and Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil Sahib is also giving very important contribution there in the center also. So he is also honored as the best parliamentary affairs minister by President of India, Pratibha Patil. He has made significant contribution in the development of Indapur, Pune, and Maharashtra. He is known as a studious, cultured, sensitive leader of Maharashtra. He has written book Vidhan Gata, which gives information about the working of assembly, and this is important and helpful for the newcomers in the assembly. Friends, we have a creative writer, a sensitive human being, a cultured politician, a good administration, a studious educator, and a multifaceted personality, Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil among us for the inauguration function of this conference. I warmly welcome Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil Sahib and request him to deliver inaugural speech. Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil Sahib, thank you.
Yes, good morning to all of you. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, good morning, friends. I am Harshavardhan Patil, President of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Indapur District, Pune, Maharashtra, India. I warmly welcome to all of you on the occasion of one-day multidisciplinary online international conference, which is jointly organized by Indapur Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Dattakala Group, and Swami Chincholi and Rangapara College, Amribari, Assam. It's our pleasure. This is the second time we are meeting in this conference. Last year also we had a conference, and definitely we are getting good results of these conferences. Dr. Mahesh Shewale, the keynote speaker of the online conference, who is joined from USA, Professor Ramdas Zod, President of Dattakala Shikshan Sanstha, Chairperson of this inaugural session, Dr. Charu Saharia, Nath President of Rangapara Education Society, Dr. Anjan Kalita, Principal, Rangapara College, Assam. Dr. A. Kesti, Principal, Dattakala.
सर आवाज येत नाही सर. साहेब आवाज येत नाही. अनम्यूट झाले. म्यूट झाले. आवाज येत नाही.
म्यूट झालाय.
म्यूट झाले साहेब.
Can you hear me?
Yes sir.
Yes.
Dr. Mahadev Valuz, Principal of College of Arts and Bigwan, Dr. Prashant Sauri, Coordinator of the conference, Dr. Sharad Karne, Dr. Ranendra Deka, Professor Santosh Mane, and all professors, researchers, scholars, students who have joined in this conference from all over the world. At the outset, I would like to announce that this international conference has been inaugurated. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the organizers for organizing this conference on the very important topic of recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and technology. I would like to congratulate the organizers for one more reason, that is inviting Dr. Mahesh Shewale as a keynote speaker of this conference. Dr. Mahesh Shewale is a young research scholar from Satara district of Maharashtra. His presence in this conference will inspire many youths of the country to reach the heights of the success. We are proud of Dr. Shewale. Friends, Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal was founded in the year 1938. This education society is an education trust came into existence with noble and great objectives of serving the rural masses for the development. The Honorable late President Shankarrao Bajirao Patil, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So he, under his leadership also, the institute have taken a good command. Our institute runs 2 senior colleges, 8 secondary schools, 2 hostels, 1 library. 15,000 approximately students are taking education in our institute. Our mission is to uplift the rural youth and project them as the most competitive individual with up-to-date knowledge, and to bring rural girl students, minorities, deprived and economically weaker sections of the society into the mainstream of higher education. In the present time, there is a need of discussion and research on such an important topic. Since topic of this conference is interdisciplinary, everyone is able to participate in this conference. It is a matter of great pleasure that researchers and scholars from India and abroad are participating in this conference. It is very commendable that the academic faculties are taking such an innovative initiatives. Today, radical changes are taking place in all areas of life. In fact, change is the law of nature. These are continued changing in all areas, but the speed of change in the 21st century is more surprising than ever before. You will be able to plan a beautiful future only if the changes and progress are properly understood. Therefore, the topic, recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and technology of this international conference is a very important in today's perspective. A new education policy that Dr. Rajan mentioned about the national education policy, which is coming to keep education up to date, implementing it effectively is a big challenge for all of us. The discussions in this conference will be definitely beneficial. With the new education policy, the walls of the traditional educations will be removed and the students will get the opportunity to get the education of their choice. The government, universities, education institutes, teachers, students have to work together with new goals and policies. It will be beneficial to review the current progress in different fields. I am really very happy that today approximately 200 researchers have submitted research papers for this conference. Research papers is such a document which can be kept for long in future and help the talent of the nation, the talent of the student, the talent of the subject. So these are the things. It's very important. They are being published. It will be available in future researches. The book of collections of research papers will be used as a references book. The success of this conference is due to the fact that such large number of researchers have written thoughtfully. Two things I want to add, because I am also sorry, I have other engagement also, but two things I have to add. Our principal, Dr. Mahadev Valuns, then Prashant Chaure and all his team, they are doing really a wonderful job. All of you are also participating in this conference. Definitely, I sincerely thank all the experts, mentors, teachers, researchers, and students who are participating in this conference throughout the day. Lastly, I congratulate the organizers for the nice organizing and give my best wishes. My humble request is that this is a full day.
साहेब म्यूट झालं, परत म्यूट झालं.
Akshay. Hello?
हा सर.
My last humble request is that please do attend the conference full day, give a proper time, make a proceeding, make a final draft, and later on, after a month or so, again we'll sit together and see what research papers have been done, how are they published, how are they stored, and at the end, the students and the society and the public should be get benefited through such conferences which I have held today. Again, I sincerely thanks all of you and wish you a good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saib.
Thank you, sir.
You are always not only idol for the political leaders, but also idol for youths of this state and nations. You always encourage us to organize such an initiative program. And because of your encouragement, we are able to organize international conferences and gather together the scholars from all over the world. So I thank you for encouraging us for making organization of such an innovative events. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving your precious time for this inaugural session. Thank you.
Thank you all and wish you good luck. Thank you very much. Sorry for because I am leading this conference now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now we will move to the, as we all are very much eager for the keynote speaker's speech. We all know that he joined from USA, and now in the USA it is midnight. But in the midnight he's ready for us. I'm very pleased. I would love to tell one more thing, that is with a very short notice, Dr. Mahesh Shewale sir has accepted our invitation as a keynote speaker. And in the beginning, I thank Dr. Mahesh Shewale sir for accepting our invitation as a keynote speaker. He is the keynote speaker for this conference on recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science and technology, which is a multidisciplinary conference. It is a matter of pride for all Indians that Dr. Mahesh Shewale sir is Indian and is now settled in USA. His native district is Satara from Maharashtra. He has taken his bachelor's and master's degree in mechanical engineering from Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. Recently, he has completed his PhD from the University of USA. He has worked as an assistant professor in Trinity College of Engineering, Pune, Maharashtra. He also has worked as a research assistant in School of Engineering and Technology in USA. Presently, he is working as a senior mechatronics design engineer in USA. Dr. Shewale has 4 patents to his credit, namely position determining system, machine health monitoring system, blood warmer, and sensorless XYZ scanner for precision application. He has published 6 research papers in international journals, presented 10 papers in an international conference, and published 2 valuable books. His work has been recognized by the academic and industrial sectors, not only of India but also in abroad. He is a recipient of a university fellowship. He is awarded as a GIS Youngest Innovator Award in 2018 by Asian Society. He is honored with Young Researcher Award at International Conference in 2017. He is awarded with the Best Research Paper of the Conference Award in Second International Conference in Engineering. Finally, I would say that a few words about this young research scholar and enthusiastic researcher. Sir, you are not here merely to make a living. Sir, you are not here to make a living. You are here in order to enable the world to live more amply. You are here in order to enable the world to live more amply with greater vision, with a finer spirit of hope and achievement. You are here to enrich the world. You are here to enrich the world. With this word, I welcome Honorable Dr. Mahesh Shivaji Shevale sir in this keynote speech and request him to give the keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh sir, and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I thank Honorable Mr. Harshvardhanji Patil sir for their wishes, and a very warm regards from USA to all of you. I'm humbled to have a pleasant introduction by Dr. Saurabh, and it's really nice to speak in front of you all, attend this conference and give a keynote speech. So initially I thought it's gonna be a technical presentation, but looking at the context, I'm feeling like I should just communicate with you guys. But what I'll do is I'll just share my screen over here, and we could just talk in as it goes ahead. So are all of you able to see my screen?
Not yet. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. So, Joe, I won't waste time in introducing myself. I mean, I've been introduced a couple of times, so I'll just directly skip to the outline of my presentation. So the focus of this conference is it's a multidisciplinary conference. So what I'll be doing is I'll be just highlighting a couple of inventions, recent trends, what is the new thing that is going on in multiple disciplines like medical, engineering, science and technology. And what I think is we can readily go on the website or internet and find out those things, but it really matters to us how these things affect us, our daily lives, and where do we gonna go ahead with these things. So when we talk about vision, we need to talk about how we could relate these things to our education, to our research. Now we talk about conferences, we talk about papers. Now, the type of research that we are doing, it really matters because it affects our daily lives, and we need to see how it affects, right? So I'll be just quickly going through a couple of a few new inventions that have been going throughout the universities, research labs throughout the world. So let's go ahead with the recent advances. First of all, I would say I'm not much familiar with medical field, but one of the key concepts in medical field, it's looking to the future where we can modify the human genetics. And this is especially useful to treat various diseases where where the gene editor can make mutations inside the human gene and uh, cure a lot of diseases. So that sort of experiments are still going on. Some of them are through the prototype phase. They are still waiting to try it on humans. Uh, Another interesting thing I found is we as a humans, we are disturbing to the nature quite a bit for quite a long, I would say. Just as an example, so these uh, African elephants, if we take an example of these African elephants, it's really concerning. Like if we, since very long, we have been taking out their tusks. So for various purposes, for medical purposes, and let's say for just as a decorative piece. But when we take those tusks out, there have been generations of elephants being born without tusk, and it's really affecting their population. So this is another, I would say, wildlife related social issue which we should focus and needs to be highlighted, needs to be thought about, needs to be cared about. Now when we talk about pet animals, we don't really care about pet as much like humans. So it's really necessary to I mean, I feel the need of talking this because I recently got a puppy, and since I got him, I feel the need and I feel the benefits of having affinity towards animals and the need to think of them. Moving ahead towards another type of research that's been going on is artificial titanium heart that is being currently developed at MIT, I would say. MIT and in collaboration with BioCore, that is an Australian research team. Now, it doesn't exactly work like the human heart, but the function is pretty similar. And if it is successful, I mean, there are many chances to get it successful. It will replace human hearts, and it will solve a lot of cardiovascular issues. And this is a pretty breakthrough invention that has been going on. Another sort of thing that we constantly hear is greenhouse gases, emissions, pollution, and carbon credits, energy conservation. All we have a lot of terms. So there is another sort of factory which is known as carbon removal factory. It's being set up, and it's a world's biggest carbon removal factory, which is there in Iceland, and it avoids a catastrophic future warming like global warming problems by removing the carbon dioxide from the environment. Now, the exact processes of this, the exact mechanisms of this factory, still they haven't made it public, but it is mostly chemical processes that are generated through the renewable energy sources. These are some major achievements or the major, I can say, research outcomes that were achieved by in the recent couple of years. But moving ahead to the current state of future projects, now where do we see now? The topics we discussed until now are pretty achieved, like they are into their final stages. But where are we going ahead? Where is our society? Where is our medical research? Where is our engineering research going ahead? We hear nowadays a lot about electric vehicles, but the major issue in electric vehicles is the energy density of batteries. So what I mean by energy density is the capacity of charge that is being stored in a particular size of battery. Now, the smallest battery we can get for a highest energy density is lithium ion that we commonly use in our cell phones, small devices, smart watches. But is it sufficient for electric vehicles? That question, it's still tricky. And particularly for trucking industry, this lithium ion battery does not work, because with the energy, the size of battery increases and payload capacity matters, and their financials mess up. So there has been a lot of research that has been going on in battery technologies. Some are in prototype phase again, they prove to be useful in lab. In lab, they will give a lot of energy, but not in the on the road or at the final product. They are not economical. So one of those efforts is making sand batteries, and this is mostly for household usage. And the energy generated through electricity, like non-renewable sources, a part of that energy will be stored to the sand, and there will be some structures made of sand, and those structures will save the energy, and that will be used for the household work. And to be precise, there is no initial investment, or there is no capital investment required for this project or this technology, as the sand is readily available. So this might prove to be a good add-on or additive technology towards the renewable sources. Moving ahead with the xenotransplantation. So it's a complex term. Xenotransplantation is using animal DNAs or animal parts to curate or to regenerate human organs. In short, we'll be using the tissues from animals to generate human organs. This is still in, again, prototype phase, but there's a lot of research being going on this part. And if it proves to be helpful, it is gonna be a game changer. This is next is something AI image generation. Now this is an interesting topic. AI stands for artificial intelligence. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it's a vast term. And to particularly highlight this topic, so if you see the image towards left, all these images are generated by an image processing algorithm, which uses AI or machine learning techniques. So in short, AI or machine learning methods, they use a lot of input-output data. There are some mathematical algorithms, there are some complex algorithms they use, and they will give you some certain output. Like nowadays, you might be hearing a lot about data scientists, data science, data analyst options, like a lot of them. It's a booming, it's a trending field, but this is one of the applications of data science, I would say. And this would particularly prove to be helpful in case of not only VFX is one application, but we can use it for our educational purposes, and artists can use it for their work. So there are a lot of applications of these sort of algorithms. Then this brain reading robots. Now, scientists at Cornell University, they recently figured out how can we read now our brain really runs on electromagnetic pulses. So if we could read those pulses, send it to the external device, and operate a robotic arm with it, it would prove to be helpful for many people, and especially for the handicapped people. This is very useful. And this robot particularly that you see over here, it does all the basic stuff that our hand does. And the interesting part is you don't need to move your hand. You just need to think of it, and robot does the work, right? So if you see the patient has wore a cap, there are sensors on the cap that will measure the electromagnetic pulses. And the logic behind that is, when you think of a particular action, particular area in your brain gets stimulated, and there's a high electromagnetic pulse activity in that particular region, and these sensors captures that activity, and they will send those signals to the external system. This is another medical invention, medical breakthrough: 3D printed bones made of a biomaterial. I would say I'm particularly focusing on biomaterial because you can't just use any material inside the body. You have 3D printers, but 3D printer material have their own limitations. Now, if you want to use a synthetic material inside your body, it has to be curated, it has to be suitable, it has to be acceptable by your body. And it becomes pretty complex with the material properties of that particular substance to print those material. If that is not suitable, if that is not biologically acceptable, you have to make a composite material or uh, tune the material properties of that material so that it has particular strength, it is biologically acceptable. So this sort of research is still going on. uh, Another interesting topic in medical field called as a digital twin. Now, nowadays, many of you might be using a smartwatch that might be monitoring your step count, your heartbeat, and a lot of other parameters. So, so this particular technique, it will use multiple sensors, and that will monitor mm, multiple other data sets that your body is generating. Now, those data sets or data points are called as biomarkers, and biomarkers can be anything related to the oxygen level, related to the hemoglobin content, related to the hormone levels or fat in your body. And if you are doing an exercise, they will measure your fat.
सर म्यूट झाले, शेवाळे सर म्यूट झाले.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so applications are numerous, and ranging from athletic users to medical users. Next interesting topic is energy storing bricks. Now, again, it's a material game. How you tune the material properties to particularly store the energy, and how you, I mean, storing the energy is not the only option here, but the brick should be strong first, then it should be conductive inside but insulative outside. So there are again different challenges. So the energy should be stored inside, but outside it should, if it comes in contact with anyone, it shouldn't transfer the energy. So that was the challenge in this project, but they came up with different coatings, particularly with the iron oxide, and they made this brick a very porous so that there is an ion exchange.
सर परत म्यूट झालं सर, म्यूट झालं सर परत.
Yeah. Coming to the important topic of microprocessors or chips, we call it as chips usually. And there are multiple companies that manufacture these sort of chips for laptops, for your mobile phones, for your smart TVs, etc., etc. Now, really, there is one parameter that makes this chip very efficient, that is called as the critical dimension of the chip. And this critical dimension of the chip is nothing but, you can see this is 100 nanometer pitch. Now, if it's 100 nanometer pitch, you can consider the critical dimension to be half of that. Now, this critical dimension is, you can consider is the width of a wire on any circuit board. And how many I mean, the capacity of the processor depends on how many of these wires you can fit it on that particular controller. So more number of the smallest would be the, if you go for smaller size of the critical dimensions, you'll be able to fit more number of transistors onto that microprocessor. Now, this is a very SEM image, or scanning electromagnetic image, scanning electroscope micron image of this particular chip. And if you see this diagram over here, it's in nanometers, and nanometers is really very thin resolution. It's very high resolution. And just to compare, it is even way thinner than our human hair. And to manufacture this sort of microprocessor or chips, we use EUV lithography systems. So currently I'm working on similar type of concept, similar type of machine, which uses EUV lithography. Now what it does is it generates EUV is extreme ultraviolet, for your reference. And when extreme ultraviolet light source is generated, and it is passed through multiple mirrors, multiple projection optic boxes, there is usually a reticle mask in between. So consider a reticle mask to be like a stencil. So in school, what we do, we used to use a stencil made for maps, different geographical maps. So this reflective mask is something similar to a stencil. So this EUV light will pass through the reflective mask, and only this reticle or reflective mask will allow only that light to pass through it, which has to be imprinted on a wafer. Now, the line pattern which you have to print on a wafer will be similar to the reflective mask, and it will go through multiple mirrors, multiple lenses, and that will be same printed on wafer. Now, this principle of working seems pretty straightforward, but it is not. If you say this machine, this is a very complex machine, this by ASML, and it does the same work. But to do that sort of work, it has multiple components. There is this entire chamber is a vacuum chamber. There is an atmospheric side, and though in picture it might look smaller, but it is the size of 2 apartments. And they ship it in different parts and assemble it at the fabs. So the companies like TSMC, Samsung, and Intel, they have these sort of machines, and they use it to print the chips and distribute it to various companies like Apple, Qualcomm, and multiple other. Yeah. So another important topic I wanted to bring it up is nowadays data is the new currency. Now, why I'm saying data is the new currency? All of us are using smartphones. We have multiple applications in our smartphones that continuously track our data. Let's take an example of any social media app. They'll track your what post you like, what stories are you posting, and based on the sentence that you're typing, what is your mood. All these things are possible because they have a lot of data, and they have a data science, data analytics method to track you and provide you with a particular solution, or more importantly, provide you particular advertisements which would need you on time. Now, I have an Android phone, and I'm just talking to you normally. It does listen to me, and after a certain amount of time, it will just give me the related ads on my social media profiles. That is nothing but the significance of data. More data you have, there is a more control over your prediction models. There is more control over your efficiency and output. And this data analytics is called a new bank of nowadays. Now, I coming back towards the theme of conference. I really would like to highlight the need of being multidisciplinary approach. Now, I would like to highlight my own experience here. By core, I'm a mechanical engineer. But in my current profile, I do all sort of stuff. I do Python programming, I do Java programming, C++. Even I do electrical stuff, electronics, and I have to coordinate with every other department that my machine is made of. And just to highlight the need of this, nowadays, if you talk about two things, like first, let's consider the job market and let's consider the research. Uh, Job market is becoming versatile. It's becoming multidisciplinary, and companies are looking for multiple other uh, persons that have an experience, that are flexible. They can work with any technologies. And if we just have a peek at the technologies, they are changing rapidly. So we need to be adaptive towards the new things that are coming up. We need to keep updated. And what does that mean for our academia? Now, when I was before joining my PhD, I was in academia, and I do feel the need to integrate this research with what we do in academia with the actual industrial collaboration. And I I really think that academia is a very good platform. Students are a very good resource to check our concept or to collaborate with the industry. I mean, I'm pretty sure students at your institution or nearby institutions might be collaborating with industries, working on their final year projects, going out to people, understanding their real world problems. Uh, it's not like just having a book knowledge and implementing something out of it as a final year project. It really matters how beneficial or how adaptive, how flexible solution you provide towards a real world problem. And to provide a flexible solution or to provide more effective solution, you need to be multidisciplinary. Now, I am just as an example. Uh, I've been a mechanical engineer, but my uh, background has always been in mechatronics and controls. Back then, I didn't know the advantage of going towards mechatronics, or my peers, my family, they used to criticize me like for going to mechatronics, as mechanical was considered to be a core field. It was a stable field. But nowadays, when I turn back and see, um, it was a wise decision to go multidisciplinary. Now, to this is my personal experience, but talking about a global scenario, uh, being multidisciplinary is being flexible and being adaptive, and that not only enhances your research, your technical expertise, but it also highlights the quality of your work. And uh, I would say when you elevate your quality of research work, you can make a more practical solution towards industrial problems, towards social problems, and towards contribute towards the economical uh, situation of the country and the society. So that was all I had for today. Let me know if you have any questions. I'll be free to answer them, or you can just reach out to me in my email. I'll be happy to reach out. Again, I thank Dr. Saure and Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil Sahib for this opportunity, and have a good day ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good day.
Thank you, sir. If you have any questions, participants, if you have any question, you can ask.
Mahesh sir, how we
Yes.
relate all these things with humanity?
Can you repeat your question?
How can we relate all these things with humanity that you have already explained?
Uh, I'm not a humanities expert, but I'll try to answer your question. Ultimately, all these things related to technology come down to your your quality of your lifestyle, and really it affects your thought process. It affects your societal well-being, I would say. So that, I mean, hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, sir. One thing is clear that the keynote speech really set the tone of this conference, and which insists the importance of multidisciplinary or need of multidisciplinary approach in today's global scenario. Second thing, if we our multidisciplinary approach starts with your position, that is, you are mechatronics. So already many of us, we are belonging to humanities faculty, or humanities, those who are from humanities. Uh, we don't know, we know mechanical engineering and we know electronic engineering. So here from the your when we learn, when we know about mechatronics, we started searching what is mechatronics. So in this way, this your position, your qualification, everything set the tone, and it make us search different things about in the field of
I'll
engineering
make
also.
it very simple.
This is one thing.
If the term mechatronics makes it more complex, I'll make it more simple. It's mechanical plus electronics, and that involves everything. I mean, from humanities perspective, we can think of it as a way to overcome our daily problems. Now, why do we want to overcome our daily problems? Because we need to reduce our efforts, or we need to work efficiently. We need to reduce our mental stress and get have a good life, right? And that is the reason we go towards solving those issues, those technological issues. So yeah,
Is there
that's
anyone
it.
who want to ask a question? So with this, we'll conclude the session. Now, in India, we had seen that our central government has introduced this national education policies. And in this national education policy also, we had seen that more focus is on multidisciplinary education. So this speech will definitely helpful for understanding the need of multidisciplinarity. With that, we also understand the recent advances in the field of medical, as you say, artificial titanium heart. So then greenhouses, carbon removed factories, sand batteries, transplantation, brain reading. All these are new concepts to us. So you give this opportunity to understand and know about all these different concepts. So I thank you for making us aware about all these recent advances in the field of science, technology. Thank you. Now, I request, we are in the last part of this inaugural session. Now I request Honorable Professor Ramdas Dhol, sir. He is the chairman of this session. Professor Ramdas Dhol is a renowned educationist and a disciplined administrator in the University of Pune, we can say. He is highly influenced by the principles of Karmavir Bhaurao Patil and Mahatma Phule, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, for the upliftment of weaker section of the society through technical education. As we all know that technical education doesn't reach us to the rural area. And that is why he has started and founded Dattakala Shikshan Sanstha in the rural area of Pune district. He is the president of this educational institution. In this institution, he has made available the facility of education that is from KG to PG, and near about 3,000 students are taking education in these institutions. This institution is emerging as an institution providing quality technical education in rural area. Professor Ramdas Dhol also has established an association of management of unaided institutions in rural area to solve the problems of institutions and students. He is the president of this association. He is also the secretary of Association of Self-Finance Technical Institutions, New Delhi. Professor Ramdas Dhol is awarded with Sakal's Idol Award, Lokmat Icon of Solapur Award, No Bharat Education Award, and Sahyadri Ratna Award for his great achievement in the field of education. With this brief introduction, I request Honorable Professor Ramdas Dhol sir to give the speech, that is chairperson speech. Honorable Professor Ramdas Dhol, sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Sir, good morning.
Presently, I welcome all the dignitaries. First, I welcome Honorable Sri Harshvardhanji Patil, former Minister of Cooperation and Parliamentary Affairs, Maharashtra State. Dr. Ranjan Kalita, Dr. Mahesh Sir, Dr. Mahadev Waluns, Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, Dr. Shivaji Sagar, Dr. Nitin Savre, Dr. Utpal Sharma, Dr. Charu Saharia Nath, and all other respected resources persons, keynote speakers, heads of the departments, faculties from various colleges across India, and dear participants. It's my proud privilege to welcome the Honorable Minister for this auspicious event of inaugural ceremony of Multidisciplinary International E-Conference on Recent Advances in Humanities, Commerce, Management, Engineering, Science and Technology. Being organized, combined by the Takala Group of Institutions, Big One, College of Art, Big One, and Rangarappa College, Assam. In view of changing scenario of education in India, this multidisciplinary e-commerce may be considered as the stepping stone for the forthcoming national education policy, being introduced in India by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, where all interdisciplinary courses go hand in hand as against the present day traditional courses. Therefore, I think this conference gives boost for the interaction and exchange of ideas amongst participants from various disciplines from all over India, evolve and develop the education system. Here I am not going to take much of your time, as you are very eager to listen to the keynote speakers and also present your papers. Lastly, once again, I thank you all of the dignitaries for having made it to this inaugural function despite your busy schedule. I wish all the best and grant success to this international e-commerce. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your encouragement. That the scholars from Pune and Maharashtra know you as a young education. Thank you for your encouragement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I request Principal Dr. Mahadev Waluns sir to express vote of thanks of this inaugural session.
Good morning, all of you. I am here to express vote of thanks to the honorable guest of inaugural session. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil, former Minister of Maharashtra State and President of our institute, for giving the time out of his busy schedule to inaugurate this online international conference. In fact, it will not have been possible to carry out such an initiative without his support and encouragement. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Mahesh Shevare, sir, who has accepted our invitation as the keynote speaker of this conference. Dr. Mahesh Shevare, sir, is from Satara and settled in America. He makes us feel proud. Today, he spoke on the topic and had given justice to it. The views expressed by him in his speech are important in a present scenario. Thank for giving your precious time and sharing your valuable views in this conference. Thank you, sir. I thank Professor Ramdas Zohar, the chairperson of this inaugural session, from the bottom of my heart. From his presidential speech, Professor Ramdas Zohar is a young educationalist who has really brought revolution by establishing Dattakala Shikshan Sanstha in this area. Thank you, sir. Finally, I thank Dr. Charu Saria Nath, Honorable President of Rangapara Society, Dr. Ranjan Kalita, Principal of Rangapara College, Dr. Keste Sir, Principal of Dattakala Group of Institution, Convener Dr. Prashant Chaure, Dr. Sharad Karne, Dr. Ranendra Deka, and Professor Santosh Mane, and participant professors and the staff of College of Arts, Bigwan, Rangapara College, and Dattakala, who trying hard to make this conference successfully. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. With this, I declare that the inaugural session is over. And now we are going to begin the second session. Over to Professor Anil Bansode, sir.
Myself, Professor Anil Bansode. I welcome all of you in second session. Title of this session is Need of Multidisciplinary Approach in Current Scenario. Honorable dignitaries in this session. Now I introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Arvind Dalvi sir. He is an assistant professor in geography, Bharat Mahavidyalaya, Jewur, Karmala. Sir, having 28 years teaching experience as well as 12 years research experience. Sir, welcome, sir, in this session. Now I introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, sir. Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, sir, present position in Salisbury University as a visiting professor, as well as Professor Emeritus Sustainability Management, Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune. As well, he is a coordinator of study abroad courses in India, Salisbury University. Sir, having 48 years experience, sir guided above 51 students at PhD level, 51 students awarded PhD, and one student submitted his thesis. As well, sir completed research projects, 2 projects in degree level, 13 projects, research projects, sponsored research projects, 14 consultancy projects. Sir published above 154 research papers in various national international journals. I welcome sir in this session. Over to Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, sir. Sir, please.
Saptarshi, sir. Thank you very much for kind words. Chairman, sir, my young friend who is chairing this session, and ladies and gentlemen, I am really happy and amazed to see this kind of cooperation to conduct international conference. I think there are 3-4 institutions who have come together to organize this conference. One from Assam, 2 from Maharashtra, and they have also invited the they have invited the 1 minute. They have invited the what happened? This I do. 1 minute. 1 minute. Why? What happened? I don't know.
फोन असेल तर रोटेटेड झालाय सर, रोटेटेड.
हा तेच म्हटलं मी.
हा आता झालं.
ओके. हा पण माझा याचा माईक चालू नाही म्हणून मी फोनवर केलं, पण तो चालू होत होता ना फोनवर सुद्धा. तसं काही प्रॉब्लेम
चालू आहे सर,
नव्हता.
ऐकू येते सर.
हा हा
सर आडवा झालाय सर.
Ah,
आता ओके
yes,
सर. ओके.
okay. So I'm really thankful to all the organizers who have invited the resource persons, keynote addressee like Dr. Shevai. Mahesh has really explained how technology and the great technology that we use, right from Android technology to the some related to heart machines and artificial intelligence and so on so forth, how they require interdisciplinary knowledge. They require knowledge of electronics, they require knowledge of ICs, nanotechnology, all physics, mathematics, algorithm, and also cloud computing, data analysis. So everything needs the multidisciplinary approach. And another point that he has pointed out that this data can become the future currency, or at present also it has become currency. Currency in the sense that the commerce is based on this technology. This means that if you just speak about or discuss in between your friends and your phone is not on, even then your discussion is listened to this highway of information, and it is analyzed, and you will get the advertisement. For example, if you say that I want to dye my hair, then immediately you will get the advertisements of hair dye. So this is, or if some professors are discussing about the wines or whiskeys, then a lot of advertisements of wines and whiskeys will be poured in their computer. So this is something amazing, and it requires further the study of humanities. Humanities, you cannot avoid humanities, even if you are technologically so sound. So even if American forces where you can say that they were so powerful to crush the Japan in Second World War, at the end of Second World War. But even then, they have to face the problems related to humanities. So these things are important. Humanities means all the subjects in humanities can be considered as the interdisciplinary. They require the knowledge of technology. They also, the research in humanities require, or research, even in research in language, require the latest technology, and also they require the knowledge of science. So this means that the unless and until, and another point that Mahesh has pointed out that the environmental concern is important, is equally important. And that's why any problem, if you take any problem, I will take one current problem, that one MNC, multinational company, is to be established in Maharashtra, and there is a political war between two groups of people who are against each other, and somebody, the one party is saying that this is given to Gujarat government, and another is saying that no, this we are not responsible for migration of this MNC, which can give 1 lakh, 2 lakhs of employment. Now here comes the role of humanity. The professors or researchers or the scholars who are really worrying about the developmental issues in Maharashtra, they should think seriously whether such MNCs will achieve development in Maharashtra or not. Now, such MNCs require red carpet treatment. And red carpet treatment means the 10 liters of water costing for 1 paisa, means 1000 liters of water for 1 rupee or 1.2 rupees. So if the same amount of water is to be given to the Marran areas of Indapur Tehsil or Jeur, then I think they can develop, they can achieve lot of you can say that the development, and that development will be embracing to the local people. Not, and if you see that the MNCs, they lie. They always lie. The advertisements are also, most of the corporate advertisements are so lie that humanities, the students of humanities, should point it out. Some celebrity is saying that this kind of water is great, or this kind of finance is great, right? But this is just for the sake of advertisement. It is not truth. So the fallacy is that we think that some finance is really great. Actually, what happens? The economics should study that if the income, or the uh, if the benefits of development are not well distributed in all sections of society, the 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 purchasing power of society is reduced, and it is concentrated in the just 15-20% of the people in the society. This is against the humanity, and this has again repercussions. This means that at one point of at one end, you can find that the development is marked by the increasing values of the scripts. So you know that scripts means the shareholding. So share values are increasing on one hand, and at the same time, those who are sufferer from the getting, or who are deprived from getting the basic amenities like safe drinking water, the good transportation, good health services. So they are deprived of such livelihood resources. Now take the case of agriculture. If you want to study the agricultural development in Indapur Tehsil, adopting micro-level approach, you will understand the intricacies of the problem cannot be understood unless and until multidisciplinary approach is adopted. So multidisciplinary approach means if you want to study the agriculture, then you will have to study that what will happen if continuously if you grow sugarcane, who are really benefited? How much employment is generated due to sugarcane? If yes, then it is okay. Are you getting the value of water which is being utilized for the sugarcane cultivation. So is that value is a social value? Is that do you get that particular value? So or you can have a value addition. So then commerce people can understand how much simple. If you grow sugarcane continuously and if you sell sugar, then you will find that the sugar is to be sold in international market. And at what rate you are selling it? Suppose you are selling it for the $1 per kg. If you find that here that, oh, 80 rupees per kg is a very good rate, but my dear friends, $1 per so many, that much amount of water, the amount of water that has been utilized for sugarcane and to produce sugar. So that water and energy and human resources has been weighed in international market with a very, very low rate. But only thing is that we are just bombarded, and our mindset is such that if we earn dollars is a great thing. So this is not actually the earning dollars for what? For purchasing rifle or purchasing the defense things. So is it really worth for the bottom of pyramid of the population? So the population pyramid, once if you see that the bottom of population means the lower strata, when the 60% of population, if it is benefited, then the development process is inclusive one, and that inclusive growth is the real growth. Whether growth or whether development is exclusive or inclusive. New education policy, as people praise new education policy, I don't have any objection for that because their knowledge is different, their approach is different. If we see that the educational facilities in rural sector are to be enhanced, should be the first and prime motto of new education policy. But this is lacking in NEP. So NEP says that there can be some symbolic development. One college in one district, one school in one district, and so many, if there are lakhs of something 15 lakhs of schools in the in our country, and we are just trying to develop some 10,000, 12,000 schools. This is not the inclusive development. This is exclusive development, which leads or which ultimately becomes the symbolic development. And that symbolic development is not a development. It may be useful for getting the political gain, but it is really not useful for people of India. Now take the case of, suppose somebody has to study the democracy. What is meant by democracy? A political science student wants to understand what is democracy and what is the real soul of democracy and what is happening today in our country. He needs to understand the economics, the political economy, and how this media and the capturing media and social media, how this democratic, the very soul of democracy has been hijacked. Not even in India, but how it is hijacked in other developed countries. That we have to study. So this requires interdisciplinary approach to understand the problems. Now coming back to this agriculture, if you see that the first problem, what are the problems of agriculture in Singapore? The yield is reducing, yield is declining through the last 10 years. Why it is so? This is because it gets water which is polluted. why water is polluted, what kind of pollution is there. So you need to get the help from chemistry and to understand what are the heavy metals in the backwater of Ujni Dam. And you can find that actually we advertise, because I am also from that area, we proudly advertise that the Bhagwan Machi fish from Bhagwan area is great. It's amazing. It is so tasty. And there are so many boards and advertisements. Actually, my students have uh, found out that big one machi or big one fish is having the heavy metal pollution. And that heavy metal pollution, what is the source of heavy metal pollution? What is the source of other pollutants in Bhima River? So such sources are coming right from Talegaon MIDC, Pimpri Chinchwad MIDC, and the Pune Municipal Corporation and PCMC or PMR, means Pune Metropolitan Region. The waste, 90% of domestic waste is not treated. It is directly thrown, it is directly released in the waters of Bhima. So this is the cause of pollution. And then at the same time, you can get that some hundreds of villages around Bhima River, from Pune to Indapur, you can find that they require RO system, reverse osmosis. Okay, that RO system is costing 35 lakh rupees. We suppose 100 such systems have been purchased. This means that again, the commerce students or the students of economics or students of macroeconomics or even microeconomics can find it out that the one company, one who is the in the group of polluting companies, water polluting companies, so that such companies are being benefited because of this scheme of supply of RO water, reverse osmosis water. So this RO water is to be supplied to the villages at the cost of the villagers and at the for the benefit of the companies who are supporting this, who are producing, who are manufacturing the RO systems. So this means that the polluted water is responsible for destroying the agro ecosystem of Indapur Tehsil. Then agro ecosystem is very important, which is suitable to the ecological status of the area and which can be more efficient, which can give more value of the resources to the local people. So this requires the understanding of economics with multidisciplinary approach. And then only you can I just completed the assessment of one thesis from Shivaji University, which has taken very good topic, and that is the waste management. And that researcher has given the idea that all the tehsil places in Maharashtra are suffering from the solid mismanagement of solid waste. And this is also visible in Indapur, in Jewur, in even the some tehsil places in Assam and also in the Meghalaya or even in Kerala. This is mainly because their budget is limited, and they this what do you say, that the solid waste, who is responsible for creation of solid waste? Again, you can say that the consumption of the packed food material is responsible for the adding the plastics in the solid waste, and this is unmanageable by the tehsil level Nagar Parishad or municipal authority. And that's why you can find that each and every bus stand, each and every railway station is easily marked by the huge heap of the plastics. And also MNCs, they boast and they lie that the plastic is recycled. My dear friends, if you go back to the production of plastic and production of polythene, you can find that only 2% of polythene in India is recycled. The 98% is freshly produced. And don't think that this requires great technology. Technologically sound, the countries like America cannot recycle the waste, plastic waste, more than 2.5%. That we have also pointed out. So, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we have to think in 360 degrees. So in management science, it is 360-degree approach. 360-degree approach means the from this point to some, though you have to go around the then and then only you can also understand the truth. According to Indian tradition, truth is not as limited to yes, no type answer. You cannot say that whether this is pen or not. Yes means it is truth, or no means it is also a truth. So this kind of true or false. So this is Western philosophy to try to understand knowledge and truth with uh, uh, yes no type questions. What do you say that you are popular now? The young teachers are popular that then what is it? Multiple choice questions, MCQ. So this is not like that. The truth is to be, you know, the story of elephant, how elephant is perceived by the blind person. One who touches the its feet or foot, then he will say the elephant is like this. So if this story is to be further extended, we can say that the truth can be understood by 360-degree movement. So in Sanskrit, there is Sanskrit given that philosophy is given in Sanskrit slok, which I will not bother you by just saying that Sanskrit, but I will just tell you the meaning. This means that the satyala pradakshana घातल्याशिवाय आणि सप्त प्रदक्षिणा घातल्याशिवाय सत्याचं आकलन होत नाही. So this means that the truth, and what is research? Research is understanding the truth, and this truth can be understood with this 360-degree approach. And there are so many of you, the participants, are from management sciences, and the commerce and management people, they require this kind of things. For example, even technology, science and technology, one person has found out. Now see that the if we are in we don't we require a lot of energy, and that's why the fracking technology has been introduced some 10 years, 20 years back. But what is happening? The fracking means fracturing the rock and getting the, you can just put the water inside the rock and the oil can be extracted from that particular rock. But the whole process requires a lot of chemicals and which create a lot of pollution. And this pollution is responsible for having kidney stone amongst the the children. So this kind of impact we have to understand, and for that purpose 360-degree approach, whether that technology is to be accepted or not. So this kind of things we have to study hard and find out the real truth. And also we always say that environment impact assessment should be carried out for establishing any company or anything, even for agriculture. And then you can have the benefits and also the what are the repercussions, bad repercussions, then useful benefits of certain project. And then only you can decide this. And another most important thing in democratic way is that each and every project has to be declared democratically in public, which is called as public hearing. And for public hearing, you have to invite people, you have to advertise it for the days together, and then only you can say that the people, local people should grant the permission. It is not the permission for any project is to be granted by chief minister or prime minister. All these are not good things. It is to be granted by local people, Gram Sabha. And this is the real democracy. So, my dear friends, so using this, well, I will suggest that in your college, the professors of political science, economics, or philosophy, or mathematics, or physics, chemistry, all they should come together and have some interdisciplinary project. And then you will realize your academics will also be improved, and you will produce good papers which have which can be considered as of international repute. And with these words, I hope that the young scholars will adopt this multidisciplinary approach, and they will definitely achieve their own development as well as the development. They will be a very good consultant for the real development of our country, our society. With these words, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Hopefully I am in time.
Thanks, sir, for your valuable guidance on need of multidisciplinary approaches in current scenario. You are discussed on various multidisciplinary approaches as well as on new education policy in India and environmental issues. Thanks, sir. Participants, if you have any questions, can ask. Any questions?
Questions may be related to your own research work or research project, or anything happening around you, and how to carry out the research to resolve that problem.
Dr. Sunita. Prakash Pare, who is raised a hand, can ask questions.
Sir, I'm from Karnataka state.
Yes.
Are you hearing, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, in this era, whatever the development is taking place, everywhere pollutants are produced, sir.
What is that?
Kind of, sir, any research that we are taking, any technology we are developing, pollutants are produced. So then how come we develop without the formation of pollutants? So what kind of development we expect?
What
pollutants, pollutants, sir.
Pollutants.
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 Yes, sir.
Pollutants. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
what is the remedy, sir? What kind of research we should undertake?
Yes, yes. We have to find out again interdisciplinary approach to reduce the pollution. For example, it is clear that technology is not the solution to reduce pollution, because technologically advanced countries have, in Kyoto Protocol, they have stated and committed, their commitment was to reduce pollution, carbon emission by 5.6%. And none of them have reached that particular target. So that is their miserable, or that is the great failure of the technologically advanced countries, Annex A countries. If you go through this Kyoto Protocol in 1996, so then you will realize that technology is not the solution. So coming back to human approach, what for we require that energy? So this basic question is to be asked. And for Indians, this question has been already asked by our father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi. And Mahatma Gandhi has said that how we can reduce our reduce the needs, then and then only we can, because he was somebody, some American person, American correspondent. He asked him, "What is your opinion? Are you communist?" He said, "No." So then, what is your opinion about property? So in one single sentence, he suggested that property is violence. Now you realize that property is violence. It is realized by all people in rural India. Though no two real brothers are in good harmony because of property. Why we four brothers in Saptarshi family are having very good relations? Because my father has not done any property. We don't have any land, any big house. So that is good thing. So this is really this is the cause of violence. And that's why if at all we want to have non-violence, non-violence is not just limited between I will not kill you, I will not hurt you, or you will not hurt me. No, we should also behave with nature in non-violent way. So this is important. So if we reduce our, for example, in your area, no, I don't know. That is in Kerala, okay. But you might have seen that Pachimada, the Coca-Cola plant. So that is also, the pollution is done. I think that the economic system, you should have the system analysis. And then with system analysis approach, you can find out who is responsible for pollution. And you can reduce the pollution. Pollution cannot be reduced by people. So we are not in position to, unless and until collector intervenes, and collector is allowed to intervene by CM, and if CM is allowed to intervene by PM. So this political structure is responsible for pollution. And that's why we have to revolt against that. And for that, we have to create awareness amongst the masses. One single statement I will make. I'm just copying from Mahatma Gandhi. He was of the opinion that instead of mass production, production by masses is the solution to reduce the pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, First. Thank you.
Any other question? Hashim sir.
Hashim.
Hashim sir, you raise hand. Any question? Okay, thank you, sir.
Prakash has also raised the hand.
So now I request to Chairperson Dr. Arvind Dalvi sir for Chairperson speech. Dalvi sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. The resource person of the session, Professor Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, sir. All the organizers, participants. First of all, I am very much grateful to all the organizers, College of Arts, Big One, Maharashtra, Dattakala Group of Institution, Swami Chincholi, Maharashtra, and Rangapara College in Assam. Principal of the Arts College, Big One, my friend Dr. Mahadev Walun sir, another principal of Dattakala Group of Institution and Rangapara College, Assam, convener, my friend Dr. Prashant Savre sir, Dr. Sharad Karne sir, and Dr. Deka Arya. First of all, I must congratulate to the organizer because they purposefully choose this particular theme. Recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and technology. Very good topic. I see here around 220 participants are there. So this is the fruitfulness of the conference. On behalf of the international conference, I am very happy to share my views on the second session as a chairperson. And I would say, I must say that the session was highly fruitful, enlightening, innovative, inspiring, and very informative. Professor Dr. Saptarshi sir told us the minute details and innovative techniques in multidisciplinary approach in current scenario. Definitely, we enjoy a very thought-provoking academic feast. Professor Dr. Saptarshi sir has presented very clearly the need of multidisciplinary approach in current scenario. Really, his presentation was very useful for all participants. I hope that the international conference shall be fruitful to all the participants and they will keep in mind advice given by the Honorable Professor Dr. Saptarshi sir. He discussed that what is the multidisciplinary approach, and he also focused on the importance of the multidisciplinary approach on overall development. He also stated that the local problem, local research and local solution with example of Maldan of Indapur and Jewur. Then he explained why reduce the agriculture production in Indapur Tehsil very clearly. He also touched the pollution of the Bhima River, agro ecosystem, waste management, recycling process, and he also said that is the important sentence. He said we should apply the 360-degree approach. It's must. So I conclude this wonderful session as a chairperson. I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Praveen Saptarshi sir for delivering a very thoughtful talk on the concerned topic. I assure that all the participants to take a good initiative. I am also thankful to all organizers, principals of the colleges for giving me an opportunity for chairing the session and share my views. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Now I request to Professor Kiran Gudore sir for vote of thanks. Professor Gunore.
Good afternoon, sir. I deem it a great honor and privilege to the purpose of the vote of thanks on this the memorable occasion. Let me first of all start by giving the glory of Almighty God for the making today's occasion and resounding a success. First and foremost, I thank our special guest Dr. Arvind Dalvi sir and Dr. Praveen Saptarshi sir for his valuable contribution. And now the second session is over, and I request Dr. Manisha Chaurezada madam to start the third session. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible to you?
Audible.
Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Dr. Manisha Chaure here for the third session to introduce the chief chairperson as well as keynote speaker. Today we gathered here for the one-day multidisciplinary international conference on recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and technology. I'm Dr. Manisha Chaure here to introduce today's chairperson as well as keynote speaker. It is my great privilege that I got the opportunity to introduce such a great personalities, gems of literature, if we said it will not be wrong. First, I would like to introduce today's chairperson, Dr. Sharad Gadekar. His educational qualification is MPhil, PhD. He has completed his MPhil from Pune University, PhD also from Pune University, and he has completed his MBA from YCMOU, Yashwantrao Chavan Mukt Vidyapith. He is Associate Professor and Head of English Department of E.S. Divekar College, Varvad. He remained a BOS member of English from 2018 to 2022 at SPPU Pune. He is the life member of an International Research Institute in English at Pune. He has completed a UGC-sponsored research project on pragmatics from New Delhi from 2009 to 2011. He remained the resource person as well as chairperson of session of a state level, national level, international level too. At 18 different colleges, he went as a resource person and delivered key addresses. Under his guidance, 7 students completed MPhil and 4 students are pursuing PhD. He has published 16 research papers in journals. He is the co-author of 3 books. He has published 8 papers in international conferences and 7 in national conferences. Most important, he has received 8 Best Teachers Awards from various organizations. I don't like to miss the chance to thank to the Dr. Gadekar sir for accepting our invitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I am going to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Shivaji Sarkar sir. Dr. Shivaji Sarkar sir, I firstly welcome you. Dr. Shivaji Sarkar, Professor and Head of the English Department, University of Mumbai. His educational qualification is MPhil, PhD, SET. He has completed his MPhil degree in 2002 from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. PhD in 2012 from Mumbai University. He has also completed his SET, or he qualified SET in 1997. He has a 23 years academic experience. He has 22 years teaching experience for UG level from various colleges, 7 colleges, we can say that. And also he has a PG teaching experience for 15 years from the 4 different colleges. He is the head of the department for 16 years at different colleges. When we talk about the research area of his, he is the research guide of MPhil as well as PhD from Mumbai University. 2 students of MPhil and 8 students of PhD are pursuing their degree under the guidance of our Sarkar sir. When we talk about the publication area, he has published 42 research papers in a recognized national and international journals, 8 research papers in conference proceedings. He has presented 29 research papers in national and international seminars. He has completed 2 research projects and also he is pursuing 1 minor research project now. He is remained the resource person at the various places. He remained the resource person at various places for the state level, national level, as well as international level. He has delivered guest lectures at various colleges. He has participated 8 international conferences, 28 national conferences, 18 state level conferences, and 10 state level conferences and 18 university level seminars and conferences. He has organized various national, international workshops, seminars, programs. In those which the seminars and conferences he has organized, he has worked as a convener, organizing secretary, member as well. He has an experience as an editor-in-chief, member, board of editor, section editor also. Worked as a member in various committees. He has worked as a member in the syllabus framing committee, NAC committee, transportation committee, board of examinations, paper setter, moderator also. He worked for 12 years as a coordinator, International Quality Assurance Cell. He has edited college magazine Prerna and Mahalan. At last, such a great personalities we get for this session. So at last, I would like to thank to the organizer for giving me such an opportunity to introduce such a great personalities, gems of literature. Thank you very much, sir.
Now I request Professor Dr. Sarkar sir to start his presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible enough. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So good afternoon to all. Dear teacher participants, research scholars, it's really a privilege for me to be the part of this international e-conference that is on the theme of recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and technology. Of course, so many things are crammed together. This conference is organized by 3 institutions. One is, of course, College of Arts, Begun, the Tagala group of institutions, and Rangapara College, that is from Assam. Friends, before I start my presentation, I would like to put on record my sincere gratitude to the office bearers of all these different managements, the principals of these 3 colleges, Dr. Ranjan Kalita, Dr. A. Kaste, and Dr. Mahadev Alun. I would also like to express my gratitude to the members of organizing committee, particularly Dr. Prashant Chaure, the head of the Department of English from Arts College Devan, who actually invited me to be the part of this conference as a research person. Friends, as you know, now we are in the 3rd session of today's conference. The topic, that I have been assigned by the organizers, it says research trends and practices in language and literature. And in this particular topic, I'm supposed to take a detailed survey of various trends that are in practice so far as research in language and literature is concerned. Not in India, all over the world, definitely. And this is a very, very vast area because it would require at least more than 2 to 3 hours for a person like me to briefly present in front of the audience the entire history, the survey of what actually is happening in the area of literature, research in literature and language. So actually, when I think about this particular limitation of the time, what I'm trying to do is I will be actually confining myself mostly to the trends in research, of course, that are practiced during the recent times. And it is needless to say that the present time, which actually we are facing for the last almost 2 years, it has been a very, very terrible time for all the people, not only in India, this part of the world, but it's happening, it has happened all over the world because of the COVID-19. So I think it won't be out of place if I begin to speak on how this COVID-19 and of course other pandemics, epidemics, they have affected literature in general, and of course research in literature and language. So I'll briefly discuss the history of pandemics and its reflection both in the Western as well as Indian literature. Of course, it will be less than 7 to 8 minutes. And then finally, I'll talk about the possible areas or possible approaches, the methods, means, methodologies which we can employ to undertake research in both literature and language. That is the plan. So to begin with, friends, let me talk a little about corona. That is theoretically, it is a small virus which is not even visible with our open eyes. And though it's very minuscule, it has literally stopped all the activities at local and global level. So this guest that has come to us, to the world from China, friends, we should mention that it is very unfortunate situation in the history of entire mankind. Why is it so? Because in the past, our forefathers, they have faced some similarly serious situations that actually endangered the life of human beings. The world has faced the history is in front of us, like the epidemic which is known as manga, a very, very severe epidemic that destroyed the entire village in China long back, around 5,000 years back. Then we have also the history. In the history, we have the incident of plague that killed more than 1 lakh people in the city of Athens. Of course, again 2,500 years back. And then we have Antonine plague that killed 5 million people, 50 lakh people during the Roman Empire that ruled the world during the first 2 decades in the Common Era. So the Black Death of the 14th century, we have millions of people died in Europe. Besides this particular plague, there were epidemics of, you might have heard about yellow fever, you might have heard about flu, polio, AIDS, H1N1, swine flu, Ebola, Zika. So many things have come to the lives of human beings that have very severely affected our lives. In the 20th century itself, we have faced 12 wars that have affected the lives of millions of people. The Ukraine, I'm not mentioning the Ukraine war right now, but definitely these things are affecting the lives of human beings. So when we think about human life, we should accept that it is the amalgamation of various ups and downs, fortunes and misfortunes, calamities, the good and the bad experiences that have come to our way and that have shaped our lives, our culture, and of course our education. So it is these day-to-day incidents and happenings that actually enrich human experiences. And these human experiences, they get reflected in human culture and literature of that particular society. As you know, we consider literature to be the mirror of the society. That's what actually I want to mention here. So, as the epidemic of plague that actually devastated England in the 16th century, resulting in closing down the public places like the theaters, making the dramatists turn towards other genres of literature. It is during this particular time, it is believed that Shakespeare, he wrote his longer poems like Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece. Similarly, the socio-political conditions of, say, after Shakespearean era, we are coming to, say, Victorian period, for example. So these the socio-political conditions of this particular Victoria, it led to the rise of novel, and this novel catered to the needs of large number of readers all over the country, including Europe, of course. So the World War First that followed, it provided the themes to many memorable poems composed by the war poets like Wilfred Owen, we have Rupert Brooks and others. But these atrocities of Hitler led to the Holocaust literature that minutely depicted the horrors of dictatorship. So the sensitive-minded writers like, say, George Orwell came up with his novella, The Animal Farm, that speaks about what happened actually in the lives of the people if there is a person who is having absolute power in his hand. So on the same lines, we can say we have other kinds of literature like African American literature, which is the results of blatant atrocities that have been inflicted on the lives of the African American slaves. The literature in India, in Indian context, we can say that it is also considered as the aftermath of too many sufferings in the lives of the so-called backward people, disadvantaged people, or marginalized people in our Indian hierarchical social structure. Even we have the example of partition literature. That is the result of the partition of India between two countries, that is India and Pakistan, in the midnight of 14th of August 1947. So, friends, we can say that all these socio-historical events in the lives of mankind, they have given birth, directly or indirectly, to the literature that is specific to its time and happened. So, what we can say is, naturally, the time, which the people all over the world at present are facing is definitely going to affect, or even we can say, has already started affecting the culture and literature that is being written nowadays. So it is, of course, it will be a little too early on my part to predict what kind of literature will be produced post COVID-19, or how this present scenario will affect our culture, or how the researcher would look at this new kind of literature that will be created post pandemic COVID-19. But one thing is for sure, friends, and that is the literature and culture that will emerge after the end of this pandemic will be little different than what it has been for quite some time now. With every passing day, the effects and the intensity of those effects, it is increasing on last. I won't be speaking about how this pandemic has affected our economy, but as we are going to speak about the trends in research in language and literature, let us see actually how during the course of this history, literature and research they have got affected by epidemics and pandemics. So, to get into the history of pandemic literature, again, I would like to take you back to the say 14th century, and it reminds me of very important work by Giovanni Boccaccio, and the name of that book is The Decameron. You might be remembering in this book, the writer Giovanni Boccaccio, he has come up with the idea of bringing together a group of 10 people, 7 women and 3 men, who were quarantined for 10 days because of that pandemic. They were quarantined for 10 days, and those 10 people will narrate the stories that will be bawdy, hilarious, and erotic. So the stories these characters narrate are not just means to pass their quarantine days. You should not forget. The stories which were narrated by those characters, they were not just passing their time, the quarantine time, but the stories were also the means that enable these characters to emphatically state that they are human beings and they have got all the right to live, and not just to live, but to live on their own terms and conditions, their own lives according to their own likes and dislikes. That has got reflected very emphatically in the stories of the past. Friends, when we are speaking about the pandemic and literature, we cannot ignore Albert Camus, and of course his very important work, The Plague. You know, this work describes Oran, a town in French Algeria that was devastated due to the epidemic of plague. But friends, Camus' plague is not just a story of the ordinary characters that are affected by the ill effects of the epidemic, but we have to look at it as this story successfully attempts to pose some very, very basic facts of human life, like the very existence of humankind and its real relation with the environment, and also its powerlessness, its real existence in the system of the entire universe. So on the same line, we have Jack London and his well-known work, The Scarlet Plague. And this book speaks about the Red Death. And Red Death is the reason because of which a large portion of world's population got killed. James Smith, one of the survivors of this Red Death, who attempts to remember the story of his life before the plague came, when he was an English professor in 2013. So when the disease came to the area and rapidly spread all over the place, the effects of this disease were such that the symptoms which got all the people in that particular area, they got affected, and before they turned, before those symptoms got reflected on their bodies, within 30 minutes, the affected person used to be died. So here, James Smith, he became the first-hand witness of the Scarlet Plague while he was busy teaching in his class when he saw a young woman's face turning scarlet that leads to her quick death. So this impact of this incident was so severe on this tender-hearted professor that it affected the entire campus life. But the real shock actually was awaiting for James, and it happens when he gets back home. As after coming back home, he comes to know that his entire family refuses him to join because they fear that now James is infected. So this Smith, the man who was very near and dear to his family members, before he moved out in the morning to deliver his lectures, now after coming back, he was entirely a stranger, a threat for the existence of his own family. So we should take it like it was not just Smith's family that had changed, but the entire locality was overtaken by the epidemic, and the residents had begun rioting and killing. Writing and killing one another. So here the protagonist, Smith, along with some others, they realized that it was essential for them to move out of that locality, and accordingly they move out. But finally, we see everybody falls victim to this epidemic except Smith, and then he manages to live for a few more years all alone, just having the company of a pony and 2 dogs. So that's the kind of life Smith was forced to live after the end of that epidemic. Definitely, it affected the entire thinking process of this professor. But one more very powerful work of art is perhaps The Stand, that is written by Stephen King. And this book, it speaks about the fear and experience of illness. This illness was the result from the containment loss of a government bioweapon that led to a kind of influenza that kills almost entire world population. Of course, this is imaginary. But before this lab is locked down, a security guard named Charles Campion manages to escape, and he manages to take his family out of the state. But unfortunately, his car crashes at a gas station in Texas. And when the people rush for the help, they are infected by the dying Campion, who was actually trying to isolate from the place. So this story and many more. Besides, these are, of course, I narrated all of these stories. They belong to the Western world. But similarly, we do have our own part of the world, India itself. We are having our own literature, which is based on epidemics and pandemics. So like for example, we have very good Hindi literature with us in India. So in this particular literature, we have the story like Pahalwan Ki Dholak, that is written by a very well-known Hindi writer, Kanishwarnath Renu. And this story, it deals with the epidemic of cholera, and it is the story of Lattan Singh, who actually loses his sons as well as his own life during this particular epidemic. If we are actually speaking about Indian literature, we should not miss out Munshi Premchand, a very big name in Indian literature, who has written about diseases and epidemics in some of his stories. Like one story is Idgah, and this story it actually relates to the epidemic of cholera. So here we have the protagonist Hamid, and how a poor Hamid is affected by the kind of life he used to live. So one story is by Master Bhagwan Das, Play Ki Chudel, and in this Play Ki Chudel, you see we have the story set in Allahabad during the plague epidemic. And this epidemic, you might be remembering, that claimed the lives of almost 1 million people in India. It was of course during the British rule. Though the authorities, of course, implemented severe measures to contain the spread of the disease, history tells us that they failed to contain the disease that resulted in the unending miseries and unfathomable loss to the lives and properties of the victims. The writer Master Bhagwan Das, he has very subtly, effectively described the kind of atmosphere that had overtaken the entire population. Of course, with the help of a very small incident that was taken by him from the life of an ordinary woman. So the readers, as we are the readers, we are told that the people were so afraid of the infection of the plague that they hastily disposed of the body of an unconscious woman. The woman was not dead; she had just become unconscious, but they disposed it of. So this is the kind of thing that happens. But after some time, when the body was disposed, she regains consciousness, and people believe that now she is a witch, a chudel, a plaguey chudel, to be more precise. So the people, even I would like to mention Suryakant Tripathi Niralaji and his memoir, Pulibat. We have also Harishankar Parsai, and the name of his work is Gardish Ke Din, that came in 1970s. Then we have Fakir Mohan Senapati, whose work Revati is very famous, that narrates the stories that are drenched with the incidents of diseases, epidemics, and pandemics. Friends, today, the present day Indian English literature, as most of us we belong to, as I myself belong to English literature, I must mention a couple of at least important publications that have come nowadays, and that are actually very interesting readings of fiction. Like one of them is Siddhartha Gigu. Siddhartha Gigu has published the book Love in the Times of Quarantine. This is COVID-19 effect. Love in the time of quarantine. In this particular book, what Siddhartha ji has done is he actually got inspired, when he has mentioned from where he got the inspiration to write this particular work, Love in the Time of Quarantine. He says that he got inspired by the march of a migrant worker family that has nowhere to go. And this family, having no place to go, no destination to move, but is still is migrating. This actually inspired the Gigu to write this book, Love in the Time of Quarantine. So during this current lockdown, we have come across numerous stories of the migrant workers from the cities like Delhi, like Mumbai, even Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and all these people, who were caught unaware at their workplaces. But once these people lost their jobs in these metropolitan cities because the industries were closed, they were forced to move back to their native places. And these people, they were forced to stay back, leading to the immense sorrows and sufferings in their life. One more book I would like to mention here is our Shobhade's ebook, Living and Other Stories, Lockdown License. This book is a collection of 10 short stories, and it tries to capture the struggle of the people in making sense of their upended lives. The writer, Shobhade herself, has admitted that the book Living and Other Stories, Lockdown License, actually it is a deeply felt visceral response on the part of the writer to COVID-19 pandemic. So friends, now is the time we, as the lovers of literature, as the researchers in the area of language and research, we are required to look at this new literature, which is the result of this pandemic, from a little different perspective, so that this newer research trends will get evolved to explore the ways and means of creating this kind of literature, and of course how it is affecting the human psyche, thereby changing the total outlook of the sensitivity. Friends, this is not the entire thing, as whatever I discussed in this moment was all about literature that is traditional, having in it the long-held literary aspects, literary character features, plot, characters, everything. The people like me, the teachers like me, who actually believe that literary art, literary work should have. But beyond these literary and research traditions, there have been many non-traditional things. From, of course, the exterior generation's point of view, these non-traditional, non-conventional things that are happening in the area of literature, that are happening in the area of research in literature and language, because of various reasons. But one very important reason is the very fast-paced, contemporary, technology-enabled human life, and these technologies that are actually giving birth to various types of non-traditional, non-conventional literary forms, and it is the responsibility of the researchers who actually are required to come up with new trends, new approaches, new perspectives. If they are interested to research these works, they are required to take a little different stand, little different perspective than the traditional researchers they used to do. So here, actually, I'm referring to our access to internet, through our computers at home, or the electronic gadgets which we use to we keep on our laps, that is the laptops, and our phones, that is the mobiles we are using, and of course other different devices, smartphones. So the availability of these gadgets, electronic gadgets, it has immensely affected the entire mankind, both positively as well as negatively. When it comes to, say, the positive effects of internet, we must accept that n number of resources have been made available for the readers as well as for the researchers that can be utilized to conduct their research. But friends, there are also some negative effects of this technology, internet, because it has made us unreasonably impatient. We have become, the entire generation has become impatient. Sometimes I feel that we don't have time with this young generation. We don't have enough time at all to wait for anything and enjoy the life all around us. Even our weekend trips, we are in the habit of going on weekend trips. So those weekend trips are actually getting over by Sunday morning itself because of our impatience. Because we complete everything as we planned. We had planned for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. That is the weekend, concept of weekend for us. So we plan our weekend trip for 2 days before we actually take our trip to some place. But before the Sunday begins, that entire plan comes to an end. What does it show? It shows or it pinpoints to the fact that we, this young generation, don't have time to pass our weekend leisurely at the lap of nature. Just lying, doing nothing on our backs, and looking at the stars above us, enjoying the music of silence, spending some quality time, some quality moments for our hobbies and the related things. And if it happens with our weekends, how can we think of giving more time to reading some books and enjoying the imaginary but lifelike events that have been created by the writer for us? So it seems that we have lost our interest in reading anything on a piece of paper. Everything is on the screen. Now this conference itself is e-conference. So you are watching me on your screen. So everything is on screen. Paper is nowhere. Emails, emails have long replaced the letters. And those letters I'm referring, which used to be very close to the hearts of the people who are born, say till the end of the 1990s, like my generation or so. They used to be, these letters used to be very long ones, full of emotions, in which the letter writer used to put his or her heart itself, and the same was being experienced, read and reread by the receiver again and again, as if the letter writer himself or herself is present on that piece of letter and trying to directly connect with the receiver of that letter. But now, all this has been vanished. Today's generation has got no time in writing or reading such long letters. So what they are doing is they are preferring to send messages. I mean short messages, SMS. Even the messages are not long. They're not worried about writing long messages. Even the standard media, media houses like the Times of India or the Hindu, the New York Times, the Times itself, or even the well-known magazines, all of them, they are facing severe issues to retain their readership. No, most of these media, they have already started to publish the magazines, their newspapers in online version, so that they can reach to the new generation of tech-savvy readers. The attention spans of this new generation, it is too short. They cannot actually concentrate on one thing for more than 2 minutes. So, in such a situation, the traditional literature, which we have learned, we are learning and teaching in our still today, we are doing the same thing, conventional literature. So it seems to have lost its past glory. And this literature is facing many challenges to retain its importance for the leaders. Because the young people, they are interested only in fulfilling their own needs. And if anything that does not address their needs, it is simply dumped down by them. So we can say the lack of this interest on the part of the readers, it has forced some of the writers to modify their ways of writing. Even it is seen that some of these writers are trying to satisfy the needs of young generation by modifying their ways of writing, their works have started to be shorter and shorter with every passing day, every passing event, every passing year. This writer, it is observed that they have started using SMSs and other shorter ways of writing in their literary works. So you can say this is the vogue of short fiction, or even some there is the vogue of flash fiction or micro fiction. You know, all this everything short is in the air. So you might have heard about 2-minute love stories that are aired on radios. 2-minute love stories, and the young generation, you know, is still taking a lot of interest in such small, short stories. These stories are sometimes shorter than, say, 20 to 25 words. So if you ask me, the person like me, who represents the younger generation, it is sometimes surprising to come across the short fiction that is in reality too short. Even we can say shorter than the shortest, wherein the stories are told within 20-25 words and everything is over. But more shocking, you can say, is the concept of, say, 6-word story or 6-word novel or even 6-word memoir and whatnot. So just go to any social media like Facebook, Twitter. These are some of the media available for us, and you come across these 6-word things. For example, some of the stories, memoirs I read on Twitter and Facebook. The stories like for example, the cuts healed, her heart didn't. The end of the story. Then one story is the universe is big, she is lonely. The universe is big, she is lonely. Done. She felt caged, but also free. I pushed him, he didn't fall. Together they whispered only one jump. He betrayed me, married the dog. These are the stories, 6-word stories, and one very important one where it is written what to do with word 7. This is the story, you know. What to do with word 7? 6-word story. So this small fiction, you know, it has its origin. You will be surprised to know some of you might have read it in the beginning of the 20th century. We have some well-known writers like we have Ernest Hemingway, and we have one small story by him. For sale, baby shoes never wore. That was written by Hemingway sometime in 1920s. So this form, this short fiction, flash fiction, it is the form that has got momentum with the advent of new technology, internet, other things. So this new fashion of writing, friends, let me tell you, it is quite challenging. We should not take it for its face value. This is very challenging for both the writer as well as the reader, because it requires a lot of fertile imagination on the parts of both the writer and the reader. Already there is existing the idea of the death of the author. You might be aware of this particular concept of death of the author, because according to this idea, the reader can interpret and reinterpret the work of art in his or her own ways. So this new development in technology has provided a lot of space. This is very important. A lot of space to the readers, where the readers can record their responses to the text under consideration. So in our day-to-day activities, we come across somebody. We are the part of different groups, WhatsApp groups, and the things like that. So we come across somebody putting just a small picture on WhatsApp group, and request the readers to write, say, a 4-line or 6-line poem on it, and immediately, say, next moment, after a couple of minutes after that, that picture is posted, we keep getting several responses from the readers, interpreting that picture in their own individual ways and expressing their own ideas, feelings, emotions in the form of a poem. So this kind of fiction, this kind of poetry, as the readers, as the researchers, as the writers, as the teachers of literature and language, we should not forget, actually it is the creation of the postmodern, or you can say postmodern era, which is actually sharing some of its features with this new fiction that is called as Twitter fiction or Facebook fiction or the similar form of fiction which is available for us today. So it is challenging, you can say, to the readers, writers, equally challenging to the researchers also, because there are various complex issues involved into the study of this new literature. Of course, new language that is coming to us through this short fiction. So these challenges include one very important challenge is coming from the people like me, who tend to present themselves as literary purists. And what we do is we are not ready to accept this new literature as literature at all. We are objecting to it, calling it as literature. So the responsibility, I think, lies with the researchers to defend this new fiction and come up with the new ways and new methods to evaluate and appreciate this literature. You know, this literature is using SMSs, short words, no capital lettering. So the grammar, you see, grammar is lost. So the people who are interested to take up some research project regarding the new literature, then definitely they are having the scope to study the grammar, the language, how the language is used in this new kind of fiction by the new generation writers. We should not forget that this world is far richer so far as words and concepts are concerned, signs and symbols are concerned. But this changing pace of literature, we should accept that it is uncontrollable. With we have so far as English literature is concerned, we have Elizabethan literature, then we have Jacobean literature, Caroline literature, Restoration literature, Victorian literature. These are the trends. So at least every 50, 60 years, 100 years, the trend used to get changed. But now, in 20th century, after 1950s, 1960s, every 5 years, 10 years, new trend is emerging. Newer and newer trends are emerging into the area of language, area of literature. So it is the responsibility of the young researchers to undertake those areas, to look into the challenging areas, the way in which the language is used, in which the features of literature have been challenged by the new people, new writers, and come across their own ideas put on the piece of paper in the form of research. So I think I don't know whether this changing pace of literature is good or bad. I'm not sure. It will be too premature on my part to express any judgment whether it is going to be there, it will last or not. But one thing is for sure, it is a very, very fertile land for the researchers in both areas, literature as well as language. Those people, they can definitely do wonders because we are doing research in language and language, but the same thing is again we are doing for ages together, we can say. But same thing we are doing again and again. Rather than looking at taking up this new kind of literature, short fiction, flash fiction, we are still taking the literature from the Victorian period or the absurd drama we are studying. We are studying Shakespeare again and again. So this is the challenge for the new crop of researchers to undertake the research on the fiction, on the novels, on the short fiction, which is getting published on. Forget about now the print. Print is nowhere. I don't know whether it will come back or not. But it is this screen needs to be there for a long time to come. So now it is our responsibility to undertake our research in the areas of this new fiction, the kind of language which is being experimented upon by the new writers, and definitely I think there will be something witty, that will come up from the new researchers. I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your elaborative speech. May I request all the participants that if you have any doubt or queries or any comments or anything that would like to add, please, this session is open for discussion now. This is a humble request to all the participants that those who would like to ask any questions or any comment that you would like to pass, please.
Hello, sir. I'm
Yes.
Kiran Khan. You are a former student.
Yes.
Would you bifurcate the theme? That is the language of multimedia, social media. We bifurcate it just as the language of a court, language of a newspaper. Would you bifurcate the piece of literature in the head of multimedia or social media?
Actually, when you think about language, see, it is actually the traditional approach to look at the language of media and language of literature, and there are the differences. But see, when everything has become media itself, literature itself has become turned into media. There is no traditional conventional literature as we know, using signs and symbols and similes, everything. Because we don't have the time. That's what actually I started to say. Because this is because of our short spans of attention. We do have, you see, in the good old days in 1990s, even with the 1980s, we had only Doordarshan. So we used to sit together, entire family, entire locality used to sit together and watch that one small program in the morning, Sunday morning. But now in the same hall, in the same living room, we are having different gadgets in our hands. 4-5 members of the family having different handsets, so they are watching different things. Even there is some advertisement, we change to the next channel. So this short span is actually a big thing, so far as a big challenge, so far as the new research, new areas of research are concerned. Because we are required to look. We should actually, it would be very little difficult for me to bifurcate the language and literature, because literature is the product of language. We should not forget that. It is the creative use of language that gets reflected in the form of literature. So now when the literature, conventional literature itself has changed, so this capital I was, even if today we are assessing the papers, if there is no capital I, 10 years back we used to mark it wrong, but now this capital I has disappeared. So we have to accept. We have to accept, because there are millions of users on internet. They are accepting. They have no objection to accept that small I as capital I. So I think it is difficult. So that is the area, I think, where the new researchers can definitely work upon. They can definitely new methods, as I was mentioning, because most of the area, unfortunately, so far as the language, to some extent, language is little experimental. We are conducting our primary resources by field visits, but most of the times our research is limited to our libraries, and now on the computer, internet. So this is actually my suggestion, that now is the time the researchers should move ahead from this conventional ways of research. They should actually visit the places. They should come up with the questionnaires, put those questionnaires to the internet users who are actually commenting on those 6-word things, 6-word stories or 6-word novels or the short fiction, and study them. Not only that short fiction, even because that is not the entire thing. The responses given to that short fiction is also the part. You can say it is also the part of that particular work of art. So all those things, I think, if the researcher started looking at from the researcher's perspective, then definitely something good will get evolved out of it.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone who would like to say anything or any doubt or anything would like to add also? Yes. I think this is quite apt and quite useful. So that let me move towards the just comments. It is difficult to make the comments like Dr. Shivaji Sarkar has delivered a lecture on one day recent advances in humanities and commerce, management and engineering, science and technology. It is a vast theme that the four institute has selected. Initially, Dr. Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil Sahib, who inaugurated this session, and this seminar is organized collaboratively by College of Arts, Bigwan, Dr. Varun Sir, Head Department of Marathi, a renowned professor of Marathi, Dr. Prashantji Saure, who played a key role and organized such kind of a beautiful platform to all the different various fields in one shadow. Then Dattakala Group of Institute, Dr. Zohar Sir and Dr. Karne Sir. Rangappa College of Assam, Dr. Ranjana Sir, a principal of this college. And the fourth institute, Global and Foundation of Sulapu, HOD of the department. And this is the third session that Dr. Shivaji Sarkar, who is a renowned professor of English. Actually, we have a kind of earlier dialogue very previously, but presently today, Sir has made a deliberation on research trends and practices, language and literature. Sir tried to encapsulate a number of things. Actually, how literature, language, and the current situation and the culture, like a title of seminar, that is international conference, and Sir's lecture is closely associated. Sir has covered almost four aspects: that how recent trends, recent technology, previous that literature in tradition, that is how that culture and art tradition. Sir has quoted number of examples, I think 18th century, 19th century, even Albert Camus and the novelist, how they were talking about the pandemic diseases or the contagious diseases, and how it was a part and parcel of human life. Though literature is nothing but is a reflection of society, as you know, everyone knows. But it should not remain in a book, and Sir tried to keep it and try to link with modern gadgets, modern apps, modern technology, that literature is not only the piece of writing, but it is a part and parcel of human life. Though we say the technology is higher and highest and the topmost, but without the writing piece, without the support of any literary piece, we can't go ahead. That is one thing that message has been passed by Dr. Sarkar. Even different perspective on literature and research trends, Sir has given a number of subjects through his lecture to the recent and the coming research students, which is in the 21st century, that how the technology and the literature can be bridge the gap between both. That directly or indirectly, literature and the culture and the human being is closely associated and connected. So let's try to take a complete retrospective of English literature as well as Hindi literature and Indian literature. That not only today we are talking about the pandemic and the contagious disease, but it is already talked about like cholera and some other diseases in the book itself. And how the individuality, how the human being was individual, and how now we came to know the importance of the existence through Sir has quoted in a beautiful example of Albert Camus previously. So the lecture was quite enlightening and gave a lot of inputs. Even it is useful not only for the students of literature, but also the students of commerce tried to even highlighted some issues regarding to how literature and literary piece and the work and the modern writing is directly connected with the economic sense. So Sir's lecture was nothing, but it's very difficult to wind up and give some kind of feedback on the basis of the words, because it is beyond my perception, beyond my that. So that every word gives a new idea to new researchers in the field of management, in the field of commerce, engineering and science and technology. It means we must talk about the humanity is the basic. Basically, I would like to say one thing, that the branch, the arts and fine arts was changed as a humanities. Why? That may be the one of the reasons that sir has elaborately gave it through his lecture. And absolutely, it is difficult and it is rough, it is tough task to me to conclude sir's lecture by giving some kind of inputs by me. But it was a quite impressive and quite informative, knowledgeable to all the budding researchers to come out by technology, then pandemic, new apps, economics, and humanity, and the commerce and the management. So that is try to give so many examples through literature and how it is connected with the humanity. So sir's lecture was absolutely, my words fall short to express the feelings about the knowledge that sir has given it through this lecture. And absolutely, this platform is made available by the Big One College, then Dattakra Group, and Rangarpa College of Assam. It is quite a good opportunity to the budding researchers in 21st century. And I think best wishes to all the organizer, and I hope that in the next year, the same seminar will be organized by this team. And I would be happy more that if it will be part of in next year. So sir's lecture was undoubtedly quite informative and knowledgeable. So it is difficult to me to describe and give you a proper, but it was quite good. No words to express the beauty of your lecture, because I heard previously also, being a teacher, I know I'm working in University of Pune, but you are working in University of Mumbai, and being work in Metropolitan City, we have to touch with a lot of things, lot of like a lot of fields, and we have to tackle the students which is coming up from the different region in our area, and so that we must be modern technology savvy. And Sir's lecture was like that, so that I'll try to wind up by saying, Sir's lecture was good and informative. Thank you for giving me an opportunity being a chairman of this session. And I must say thank you, Dr. Sargar sir, gave an elaborate lecture for this session and conducted this session. So again, I thank you, the four group of institutes, like Big One College, then the Tattakala Institute and Rangarappa College, and even Solapur, that Global Foundation of Solapur. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be taking this as a chairman, as a session as a chairman. So thank you, sir. And let me wind up. And I think thank you all of you. Be a part of that, because around 200 to 200 participants are there. Over to, I think, Dr. Prashantjit Sore sir. Shall I wind up myself saying by thank you for giving me an opportunity?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharad Gadekar sir, for apt comment on Dr. Sargar sir's presentation. Now, I am here to express vote of thanks of this session. In this third session, Dr. Shivaji Sargar has very intelligently explained the topic research trends and practices in language and literature. His presentation is useful not only to the faculty of humanities, but also useful to all the streams in education. I thank him for accepting our invitation and giving an intellectual presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I also like to thank Dr. Sharad Gadekar, the chairperson of this session. He is a member of Board of Studies of English at Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Sir is our friend, philosopher, and guide, and also always ready to help us. Sir, you have made an appropriate comment on the presentation of Dr. Shivaji Sargar sir. So I thank Dr. Sharad Gadekar for accepting our invitation to work as a chairperson of this session. Thank you, sir. I am also thank Dr. Manisha Chaure Jadhav madam for
introducing the session resource person and chairperson of this session. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you all the participants for your patience and positive listening. Now I deliver Now I declare this session is over and I request to Dr. S.S. Bere to start next section. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Uh, Thank you, Gayatri, sir. Okay, so now we are going to start our session number 4, which is basically on recent advances in commerce and management. And for this particular session, we are having a chief guest and a chief person. That is a Dr. Nitin Zavre, sir, who is a chief guest for today's 4th session. And after that, we are having a Dr. Avinash Ganbote, sir. In this session, we are going to discuss recent advances in commerce and management, where we are going to discuss the important concept, the advanced concept related to the commerce and management. Literally for this particular session, we will go with the discussion with Dr. Nitin Zavre sir and Dr. Avinash Ganbote sir. Before going to start, I would like to thanks all entire team for giving me a chance to introduce our today's chief guest and chairperson. And definitely, I would like to thanks our college president, Professor Zol sir, for giving me a chance to introduce today's eminent personalities. So before going to start the actual discussion on recent advances in commerce and management, I would like to introduce today's chief person, Dr. Avinash Ganbote sir, who is currently working as an associate professor in management science at Institute of Management, Malegaon, Baramati. Also, he worked as the in-charge director of Institute of Management, Malegaon, Baramati. Also, he worked in a different academic related coordinators and secretary of Internal Academic Monitoring Committee of Institute of Pharmacy. Also, he has actively participated in MSBT different activities as academic committee coordinator, monitoring team for various technical educational institutions. Also, he worked as a lecturer in pharmaceutical science at Institute of Pharmacy, Malegaon also. In spite that, he worked as an adjunct faculty and visiting faculty in various reputed colleges also. Some of the colleges are nothing but Vidya Pratishthan Institute of Information Technology. After that, he worked as a adjunct faculty in Vidya Pratishthan Schools of Biotechnology also. He worked as a visiting faculty in College of Pharmacy, Baramati, for a subject of a drugstore and business management also. In spite that, he worked with a different industry for industrial training also. Some of the reputed industries where he that means completed his training, that is nothing but the Essence Pharmaceutical Pune. After that, Bison Healthcare Private Limited. After that, one of the reputed company that is nothing but Aquafine Injecta Private Limited, Jejuri, Pune. Also, he worked as a PhD supervisor in different university also, like a Savitribai Phule Pune University. After that, Punjab University, Punjab Technical University, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapit Pune also. Under his supervision, 4 candidates completed their PhD and 4 are pursuing their PhD. In spite of that, sir participated in various national and international conference, more than 24. After that, he worked as a resource person for university national and international level programs, and it is on more than that of the 4. Okay. Also, he worked as a reviewer also. He worked as a professional body member also. After that, after that, he worked as an accreditation panel also, member of an accreditation panel also. He participated as a resource person, advisory committee members in various committees also. This is what actually the short introduction of our today's chief chairperson, Dr. Avinash Ganbote sir. After that, I would like to introduce our today's today's chief guest, Dr. Nitin Zavre sir. Who is a very knowledgeable person, and as we know that as he worked in many academic and extracurricular activities also. Let us start with the introduction of Nitin Zavre sir. Dr. Nitin Zavre sir has completed MCom in business administration. After that, he has completed his post graduation in MBA with a specialization of marketing and production management. After that, he has completed his PhD in marketing management. With the help of this qualification, he is right now working as a distinguished professor of marketing and general management, and as an acknowledged teacher also. He has more than 20 years of teaching experience exclusively in management institutes affiliated to Savitribai Phule University. He has authored about 15 books, which is a very remarkable thing for all of us. He has authored about 15 books on varied subjects of management field. Presently, he is working as a director at Pune University affiliated to Rajiv Business School, Pune. He has been a member of many prestigious professional bodies in the field of management. He is a member of Board of Studies of Savitribai Phule Pune University at Commerce and Management faculty. He is a PhD research guide in Savitribai Phule Pune University for marketing management and organizational management subjects. With the help of this short introduction, I would like to call Dr. Nitin Zavre sir for the further valuable discussion on recent advances in commerce and management. Over to Dr. Nitin Zavre sir, please. Zavre sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. So I will be sharing
Yes, sir. Now
see
it is visible. Yeah, it is
yes, is it
visible.
visible?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so that is welcome one and all. Thank you, Dr. Sachin Behre sir, for a nice introduction, and thank you, Dr. Avinash Gargote sir, for chairing this session. So on the outset, I will welcome to all of the dignitaries and participants on this e-conference. So the topic for this session is recent advances in commerce and management. The commerce and management is considered as a application branches of economics. So when we call it as an application branch, so fundamentally applications of this commerce and management is some fundamental concepts are there. Even though commerce and management are having fundamental concept, being application branches, much more advances are accepted. So these fundamental concepts of commerce and management, maybe in commerce and accounting, some accounting principles are there. accounting standards are there, capital structure theories are there, capital budgetings are there, capital working capital management, work and cost accountancy, taxation and tax planning, security analysis, risk and insurance management. These concepts are related to the commerce and accounting. Some few core concepts like in managements are there. So principles of managements are there. Organizational behavior concepts are there. In marketing, some core concepts of core marketing concepts are there, like need, want, desire, belief, demand, value, and exchange. Some concept of marketing mix are there. Manufacture, in case of manufacturing and production management, so production planning and control is there. So planning, evaluation, and review techniques, that is PERT techniques are there. Yes, critical path methods are there. Statistical quality controls are there. Lean production concepts are there. Economic order quantity model in case of the materials management. ABC analysis in case of material management is there. In case of this economics, some managerial economics, law of demands are there. So one can say, even though these fundamental concepts, this commerce and managements are application branches, more technological advancement. Being application branches, they have accepted more technological advancement. This technological advancement is given opportunity to the management to develop management field to develop. If we consider accounting double entry concept, as it is in any accounting software, it is used in any accounting software. If we consider this material requirement planning, one can get like advanced with MRP1. Later, by adding financial and HR interface, it get advanced to the MRP2. MRP2 get advanced to the enterprise resource planning. This enterprise resources planning is considered by is also get developed by considering nature and size of business. If we consider pharmaceutical businesses, this amended version of enterprise resource planning is available. For automobile business, for construction business, for nature, considering nature and size of business, this software are run. Same with the e-commerce. In case of e-commerce, in 1921, retail e-commerce business amounted to an estimated 4.9 trillion US dollars worldwide. This figure is forecast to grow 50% over the next 4 years, reaching about $7.4 trillion by 2025. This new technology is new technology and technological development. This in engineering and technology will help to achieve these things. The recent advances in commerce and management is available in we could observe in following fields. We have seen this is the hybrid flexible work model nowadays. So like e-conference. Back in 1921, Google CEO Sundar Pichai announced company's hybrid work plan, which allowed the employee to work from the office to three days a week and remotely on the other 2 days. This is he has further commented, the future of work is the flexibility. This is the challenge to the managing work and manpower. So for managing work at different stations, it will be a huge challenge for personnel managers and to get work done from the office. Next challenge is acceptance of gig economy or employment pattern. The gig economy term, with the first coined in 2009, it described the upcoming workforce trend that relies on free-floating projects, consultancies, and part-time job opportunities in digital marketplace. The gig economy concept is way older, dating back to the 90s. This enterprise allows temporary worker to fill in the gaps within the workforces. Some of the reason that gig economy is growing in various countries, this gig economy offers a certain scale of flexibility to the worker with disturbances caused by the pandemic, more and more full-time workers are now turning to the gig economy. With full-time employees taking up these gig opportunities, there is a cost advantage for the business depend on gig workers. The recent turn of these events, along with a wide array of opportunities for the workers to learn and develop new skills, the gig economy graph is rising for good. 86.5 million people will be freelancing in United States in 1927 and will make up 50.9% of the total US workforce according to US HR results. In India, these reports are not yet developed. They are not working on these gig economies, but in coming days, this gig economy will be taking space in India-like countries. It is anticipated that in coming years will embrace the gig economy with the plans and policies to retain gig workers and improve cost efficiency. Even in India, we are having part-time workers. We are having so for that purpose we have to develop some HR human resource development activities or HR planning for it. It will also be interesting to note management experts measures to protect and benefit of this freelancer or these free workers. Next, the organizational structural changes we are observing, that is transition from employee well-being to the healthy organization. So after pandemic, the past couple of the year, we all witness employee mental health and well-being getting it due force at workplace.
Sorry to disturb you.
Yeah.
So your PPT is not open, I think.
Oh. Just hold. Just wait, I will be taking some technical help.
Sir, yes, sir, your PPT is visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I think. So just click outside.
Full screen ला था.
So just.
Yes.
Sir.
Is it okay, sir? Now could you see?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Is it okay, sir?
Sir, continue.
Okay, transition from that to the employees. So well-being, this organization structures are changing. Some physical health, the healthy organization framework is like accepted by the many of the organizations. So physical health has given much more value. Some mental well-being, financial fitness of the employee. This social health and community services are to be considered. Self workplace is also like given weightage, and healthy work culture is developed in the world. So these are the like changes are upcoming in this organization structure, and this HR managers or this management practitioner has to take care of these things. So next next point is like contextual and programmatic advertising. So we are seeing this is social media sites are already revamping the design to cater this trend. The new trend, labeled as a programmatic advertising, uses data sets to decide the target audience. These ads are shown to the audience chosen on the basis of consumption. They are then retargeted after the period of time to generate higher return on investment. In simple terms, it is about luring the right audience to the right ad at the right moment. So to minimize the marketing and advertising budget, this technological advantage is taken. So for this purpose, this marketing automation is considered. So we are getting this free mails, some junk mails and some business mails we are receiving. So in simple way, it means automating mail marketing and scheduling social media posts. In automated marketing, will be send out tailor mail to the customers, display new products and promotion as per the visitor's shipping history, retarget customers for necessary product sales. The automation allows to customer to stop offering for each customer. Automated recommendations get influenced by what the customers click on during their visits. The marketing automation has now become a new trend, with 49% of the businesses using marketing automation. It shows no sign of stopping. It covers area including customized landing pages and easy to access shopping carts. This tend to the marketing segmentation and artificial intelligence. In marketing segmentation, customer segmentation and identification patterns based on customers' browsing history are massive challenge for business in terms of automation and more personalization. Intelligence algorithms are now held as a key to the deal with such challenges. According to Business Insider, retailers that have implemented personalization strategies see sales of 6 to 10%. So this artificial intelligence technology is used to minimize marketing budget by the organizations. Next point is this augmented reality for product visualization. So many times it is not possible for each and everybody to go in a shop and check the product. So for that purpose, Apple has introduced an AR kit for its new operating system, iOS 11. In response to that, Google launches AR Core for Android smartphones. The augmented reality trend for product visualization will shift upward in 2022. The adoption of AR or virtual reality embedded smart devices will increase sharply, leading to the change in global commerce trend. For example, if app is visualized, app let the viewer visualize furniture in their homes using mobile camera. So the person no need to go to the go to the furniture store to check the furniture. He visualize his furniture by considering the size of his rooms, and by this way that stores can minimize their inventory in their stores, so that finished commodity inventory can be managed by using this app. Similarly, app let online buyer check Google Frame on his or face. We can see in Lenskart and all these features, such a features be on Lenskart. So shirt color can be without wearing it, we can see how this shirt color will be on it. So this virtual reality or augmented reality can be used for the product visualization, for marketing purpose or promotion purpose. Next part is by considering this market basket analysis. Many times we see that is in store management, they have to maintain much more commodities, much more products available for the customers. So they check it out how the customers are buying, how is their buying pattern. It is market basket analysis. It is one of the key techniques used by large retailers to uncover association between the items. It work by looking for combination of items that occur together frequently in transactions. To put it another way, it allows retailers to identify a relationship between the item that people buy. Association rules are widely used to analyze retail basket or transaction data, are indeed identifies a strong rule. In market basket analysis, if we consider the customers are using, say, like a similar product, how many customers had purchased milk, sugar, and bread? How many customers had purchased bread and jam? How many customers had purchased bread and butter? How many customers had purchased toothbrush and paste together? So by considering this association rule, they can check out this market basket analysis, and with it, organization can plan their production schedule, organization can plan their distribution schedule, organization can keep specific quantity of material in their stores for the store management. Next point is cyber security become even more important. So it is also regarding to the organization structure in commerce and management. So this cyber security is playing much more it got much more value after this digitalization. According to CRA Business Intelligence, 78% of the respondent has more than 20% of their workforce working from home before the pandemic. Afterward, 92% organization reported more than 20% of their employees were working from the home. With scared workforce, data breaches and security risks associated with the workplace have also increases. So it is mentioned that 66% of the industry leaders are considering redesigning their workplace for the hybrid work. So for organization structure and organizational management, this cyber security is also coming upcoming mode, and it is giving some boost to the this organization structures. Next point is omni-channel marketing. So we know that is different channel of marketing, distribution channels are there, channel of marketing are there. In case of the omni-channel marketing, the seamless integration of branding, messaging, and various channels of organization as a consumers move down the sales funnel, enabling more impactful brand experiences. The goal of omni-channel marketing is to create convenient, seamless user experience for consumers that offers many opportunity for the fulfillment. This we have traditionally single level distribution, single level channel, then double level, multi-level channels are there. Now in coming days, this multi-level market, this omni-channel marketing is upcoming. In omni-channel marketing may give consumers the chance to find and purchase online, in store, or combination of thereof. The phenomena is coming up: buy online and pick up in the stores. It leads to ROPO, that is research online and purchase offline. So this trend is coming in the marketing management. It is noticeable customers shopping behavior pattern. So customers are this is the ROPO shopping behavior we can see in the business, and by considering this ROPO shopping behavior pattern, organization need to plan their marketing activities. Next point of this is business analytics. Business analytics, it is a set of discipline and technologies for solving business problems using data analysis, statistical models, and other quantitative methods. It involves an interactive methodological explanation or exploration of an organization's data with an emphasis on statistical analysis to drive decision making. So this tool, this is business analytics tool, is getting support for the decision making of the managers. So data driven companies treat their data as a business asset and actively look for the way to turn it into the competitive advantages. So success with the business analytics depend on the data quality, skilled analyst who understand the technologies and the business, and the commitment to using data to gain insight that inform business decisions. That if we see different type of business analysis, there are three different data analysis are there. Descriptive analysis, which track a key performance indicator to understand the present state of business. Predictive analytics can be used to which analyzes trend data to assess the likelihood of the future outcomes, and prescriptive analysis, which uses past performance to generate recommendation for the handling similar situation in the future. So different type of data analytics techniques are used for the decision making. So all these managers, so as we are considering this is management as a science, so for getting decision making, for the perfect decision making, this data analytics is supportive for the incoming days. Next part is big data management. So big data management, maybe in case of the store management, maybe in case of banking businesses, this big data management is widely used. This big data management refers to the efficient handling and handling organization of use of large volume of structured and unstructured data belonging to the organization. So there are data volumes are there, data velocity is there, data variety is there. So variety of data can be handled. So data for managing the data, and these various tools are utilized. These analytical tools are utilized. So scalability, heterogeneity, homogeneity, privacy of the data, timeline of the data, these analytics tools are also considered. So next part of this big data and data analysis maybe like upcoming models of big data analysis, that is real-time data management. So real-time data management we are seeing in case of the tours and tourism industries. So even in case of the various mobile app like Google Drive, we can check that is while driving we are checking that is real-time the traffic on the road. So these are upcoming real data management technique would be get more developed in case of the management technology. In infinite data management would be there. So in case of the infinite data management, so new technology may come up in coming days. Next is like for concluding these things, as we have started this session with the comment that is management, commerce and management. It is a technologically developed. It is getting the technology developed, and we can say change is the only permanent thing. So certainly, slowly, gradually, as technology is changing, management, commerce and management is also getting upgraded. We observe further advances in commerce and management techniques in further side. With it, the concluding remark would be with the saying of Mahatma Gandhi: "Be the change you want to see in the world." So certainly, with this e-conference, we can say that is we are the change carrier, and certainly will bring a change to see in the world. So thank you. Over to the coordinator.
Saurabh sir.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Now I kindly request all participants, please ask any doubt if you have any to Dr. Zavre, sir. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I would like to.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I kindly request all participants, if you have any request, sorry, if you have any doubt, you can freely ask to Dr. Zavre, sir. All participants. Okay, thank you all. Now I would like to call Dr. Avinash Ganbote, sir, for further proceedings. Over to Avinash Ganbote, sir.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Avinash Ganbote. I'm audible?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Dr. Zavre sir, for your um, uh, inclusive session on the various aspects related with advances in a field of commerce and management. So your topic is very relevant to the theme of this conference, that is dealing with the recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and
sorry, sir.
technology. Hello, Awaz?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Zavre's session or his address is inclusive of so many things. First of all, as academician, it is related with a multidisciplinary approach, which is the main aim of the new education policy. Uh, through this session, Dr. Zavre addresses the various issues, and what I think most important is that all are related with the sustainable and inclusive growth of the business and commerce in the days to come. Today challenge as far as the commerce is concerned in a changing, very rapidly changing world economic environment, and Dr. Zavre rightly at the beginning of his speech and at a concluding remark of his speech rightly emphasis on that points of the economics, because the economics is the base and of the commerce as well as management. And in a fastly changing global scenario, we are observing so many changes in various areas which are rightly included into the theme of our conference, like for example humanities, that in a various fields of humanities like linguistics, anthropology, philosophy, so many changes are taking place, and Dr. Zavre rather touch that particular points also. Similarly, various issues like related with the sustainable developments are also addressed. He tried to emphasize more on this economic, since the commerce is the field which is related with economics. He tried to emphasize on various aspects related with the management, like manufacturing, where he talked about a product planning and control. He talks about a material management. He talks about enterprise resource planning, as well as e-commerce business. The most important point which he rather referred in this aspect is the gig economy, where the part-time jobs are inevitable, and he rightly put up some figures from the USA, where almost 51% of the people workforce are changing, or it is converted into the part-time jobs. He pointed out on various issues related with HR planning, as well as in organizational structures, where he put the points related with the physical and mental health of the workforce. As far as the marketing is concerned, he properly elaborated on latest issues as far as the social media and advertising is concerned, where the content and the context of the advertising is fastly changing, wherein the various new technological advances in area of artificial intelligence, market automation, uh, which leads to the more detailed study into the customer segmentation is possible nowadays, and the challenges before manager is to convert it into the something proper business model which is more sustainable, which rather try to address the various issues at the bottom of the pyramid structure. Then the issues related pointed out is augmented realities. He gives the various technological aspects and the importance of the concepts of the augmented reality, as well as the market basket analysis, cyber security, omni-channel marketing, and the aspects related of the customer behavior with all these complex technological concepts, its relationship with economics, and its relationship with um, uh, business sustainability as a whole. Then the point of the business analytics, the point related with the data management systems, which includes the scalability. All these issues are rightly included by our distinguished chief guest as far as this session is concerned. All ultimately leads to the concept of the change management, and this particular change, how effectively we are able to manage or to navigate through this particular change is a challenging task before the faculty or the fraternity from the field of commerce as well as management, where it is not possible for all of us to take advantage of the advances in the all related fields of a technology, like engineering, like various aspects related with digital information, genetic technology, energy technology, material technology, brain technology, so and so on. And with all these aspects, how we can inculcate the organizational culture, how we are going to address the issues with related to the organizational learning, and with this, how we are going to address a long-term economic challenges of the commerce as well as the management organization. This is the point to be addressed. So, sir, thank you very much for your uh, uh, addressing the various compelling issues of a day related with this particular field. Thank you very much to you as well as the organizers for giving us opportunity to interact with each other. I want to thanks with the Dattagala group of institutions, then Rangappa College from the Assam, and the other institutions which are collaborating in these efforts of bringing the people together and interacting related with the advances in the various fields of technology. Thank you very much, Zavre sir, for your gracious presence over here, and the organizers for this very beautiful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Avinash sir. Now, I would like to call Professor Katare sir for giving vote of thanks of session 4. Over to Professor Katare sir. Unmute yourself. Katare sir, unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. It gives me a great pleasure to present the vote of thanks of this session number 4 of today's international e-conference on the recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and technology. For today's session, we have research person, Dr. Nitin Zavre sir, who has discussed on the recent advances in commerce and management. Thank you, sir, for your valuable opinion on the topic, and you touch all the topics of the recent advances in commerce and management. You explain the basic concepts of marketing automation, business data management, data analytics, and many more, which is related the commerce, and how he explained is how the technology is helping in advancing the commerce and management that you explain, and that is what our today's conference topic, and you fulfill that topic very much. Thank you very much, sir, as a resource person for this session. Also, I would like to put thanks to Dr. Avinash Ganpote, who has chaired this session, and Ganpote sir has commented on the discussion of Dr. Zavre sir. So Ganpote sir has also expressed his opinion about the topic, and also how the technology is helping in advancing this commerce and management. And he has commented right on the discussion of Dr. Zavre sir. So we are very much thankful to you also, sir. I am also thankful to our patronage, Professor Ramdas Jho sir, President Dattakala Shikshan Sanstha, our Director, Dr. Sharad Karne sir, our Principal, Dr. A. Keshte, for giving me such opportunity to present vote of thanks of this session. Also, I am thankful to Dr. Zavre sir and all the organizing committee has given me chance to put this vote of thanks of session 4. So in this we are concluding this session 4. Now I would like to hand over to Dr. Gaurang Chakravarti to proceed for the next section. Dr. Gaurang Chakravarti.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Hello and good afternoon. I'm Dr. Gaurang Chakravarti, Assistant Professor and HOD, Department of Chemistry, Rangapara College. I welcome you all to the session 4 of this International E-Conference. I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to introduce the session. I'm hopeful the session will be highly informative to all the participants. I take this opportunity to introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Jivan Sarvare, Principal, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Indapur. He has served as an educationist as well as an administrator in various capacities. A member of various committees, Dr. Sarvare is also a prolific writer. He has 12 books to his name and has authored various research journal published. He published over 30 research papers in international and national journals of repute. For his body of work, he has been recognized with many awards and rewards. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Jivan Sarvare on board as the chairperson of this session. Next, I also take this opportunity to introduce the key resource person of this session, Dr. Utpal Sharma. Dr. Sharma is currently professor and head of the Department of Design, Tezpur University. He has earlier served as the head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and director of IQAC, Tezpur University. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering from Dibrugarh University, Assam, and MS degree from BITS Pilani, and a PhD degree from Tezpur University. Dr. Sharma is an acclaimed researcher and has supervised 5 research students and currently supervising another 5. He has several projects currently running under him. He has published over 40 research papers in journals and conferences and co-edited 2 books published by Narosa Publishing House. With this, I welcome Dr. Utpal Sharma sir here to this conference, and over to you, Utpal Sharma sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, all colleagues and participants of this conference. It is a pleasure that I have been invited to speak on a topic today. The broad topic is recent advances in more or less all the fields of learning, and particularly I have been asked to talk about recent advances in science and technology. And let me share my presentation. Just a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So though the topic given to me was recent advances in science and technology, I thought about it a bit and chose to drop the word recent. I found that the topic is rather broad if I keep on speaking about recent developments in science and technology particularly. So what I planned is that I'll speak in general about some recent developments in science and technology in very general terms, and then move on to some points, some aspects related to the developments. So my talk will be along this flow. First of all, I'll give a brief notion of what we mean by science and what we mean by technology. I will have a broad look at some recent advances in science and technology, concerns due to technology, facilitation and sustenance of science and technology, some aspects of science and technology practice in India, and finally a word to citizens and practitioners. Science is the underlying natural phenomena. This is nothing new to any one of us. Only thing we must not confuse it between science and technology. Science, for example, in physics, like if an apple falls, we know why it falls. Newton has told us. So that is the science. And if you consider biology, similarly, we'll find some phenomena, and that is science. Now, technology is the use of knowledge of science by human to solve problems. We use that knowledge to make something, to define a process, to design a device. So that is technology. And in schools and colleges, the science and technology disciplines are not exclusively science or exclusively technology. Rather, they are a blend. They're a mix of both science and technology. Before we move to the other aspects, so quickly we'll go through some advances in science and technology. For example, in the broad area of health and pharmaceuticals, we have breakthrough methods of treatment of diseases. This includes methods of testing, diagnostics, different types of new medicines, new methods of surgery, and other procedures. Surgery, these days we also hear about robotic surgery, cyber knife. I'm just mentioning few. So these are very recent breakthrough technologies which improvises the process of surgery. For example, the testings for earlier certain diseases were difficult to determine, to diagnose. Now those are becoming possible. Correct diagnosis, precise diagnosis are becoming possible. Then in the process, we are also able to identify new diseases. Some diseases are really new, some were there, but we couldn't distinguish between two similar kind of diseases. Anyway, so new diseases have been identified and treatment of these have been developed. Another thing is healthcare access has expanded geographically. Certain procedures, facilities, which earlier were available only in few places, maybe in the country or maybe in the world, are now more available at different places. So that is also an advance of technology. But one question, of course, remains whether those are affordable to the common man. That we are not going to answer in today's discussion. Then another very important field is energy field. The demand for energy. By energy, we mean, for example, electrical energy or the other kinds of energy. So demand for energy has increased rapidly due to population increase. Earlier, this much of electrical energy was required. Now we need much more because there are more people who use that. Then dependence on power-based mechanization. Earlier, many work which were done without use of such sources of energy, now they are being mechanized. They depend on some use of energy. So there is rapid increase of demand for energy. And on the positive side, because energy needs have to be fulfilled and the conventional sources of energy are becoming less and less, they are depleting. So there is rapid development of non-conventional energy sources like solar energy, hydropower energy, and renewable energy sources. And on the other hand, there is large development of energy efficient appliances and devices. Earlier, we used those filament bulbs. All of us are familiar with that. Nowadays, we hardly see any of those. We have those LED bulbs or CFL bulbs like that. These are very highly energy efficient. Transport and automobiles, this is a so pervasive sector. Modes of transport have remained almost same. We had these cars and buses, trains and planes for over a century. Those have more or less remained same, but the prevalence and the features have changed. Now more people avail more convenient modes. Earlier, very few people would fly, would take a flight to travel. Now more and more people do that. This is not only because of science or technology, because of economics also, but whatever, that is becoming possible. Automobiles have undergone changes in features and efficiency. We have more features of comfort, more features of safety. These devices, these automobiles have become more energy efficient, like that. And newer types of fuels that are cleaner and more efficient are being used in automobiles. Because of automobiles mainly, the concern of pollution is very huge. The modern cities are becoming excessively polluted. So newer types of fuels are being developed which can be used in automobiles like CNG or nowadays the electric vehicles. And the efficiency aspect of these are also being considered. So these are some developments. Space technology, we as Indians are very proud of development of space technology in India. Whatever, artificial satellites are being used for more purposes. Earlier, the purposes were probably fewer. Now we use them for communication, that's okay. We use them for remote sensing, and we use them for security information gathering, for military purposes. And as we now these days see, these are used actually in wars also. They control the flight of missiles, okay, and they are used to gather information of battlefields. Like that. And exploration of space, planets, and satellites has increased. More and more space missions are undertaken. These give scientists better understanding of nature. Food and agriculture. Due to population increase, the demand for food has increased, whereas the land available for cultivation has decreased. So several scientific interventions have made higher productions possible from limited space. This has become almost compulsory. Without such interventions, people would not have got enough food to eat. So science and technology has made this possible. Cultivation of crops in unconventional conditions are becoming possible. For example, earlier there were some crops which we had during winter, some in summers. Now it is almost everything we get all the year round. We get cabbage during summers also. Otherwise, we knew that cabbage is available only in winter. So like that, unconventional conditions, certain things which are not grown in some part are grown in large quantities in such areas. Then people are becoming aware about nutrient requirements for a good health, and the demand for high quality food has increased. And modern technology has created hybrid crop types that are higher in quality. We frequently buy such products. We see advertisements of such products. Now, whether those are true or not, that's a different thing, but at least such technology, such science has developed. Another aspect of food and agriculture is storage and food processing technologies have reduced the wastage of food. We can preserve food for longer periods, and because of good transport, crop or food produced in one place can be easily distributed to where it is in demand. Weapons and warfare technology. Though we may not like it, but more effective weapons are being developed. This we have recently seen in the Ukraine-Russia war also, and in other places also, more effective weapons are being developed. The mode of warfare has undergone changes with use of newer weapons and use of ICT for better coordination of forces. Earlier wars were mainly fought over land. At least 100 or 200 years ago, wars were fought over land. Then wars were also to some extent fought through water. And then for about the last 100 years, use of air force in wars have come. So modes of warfare has undergone changes, and nowadays these are also controlled using information and communication technology. The movement of troops, the mode of attack, These are all being coordinated by use of ICT. That is one domain. And among the broad domains, finally, I come to this ICT and ITES. ICT is information and communication technology, and IT is the related information technology enabled service, IT enabled services. So this is something we see all around today. In all human activities, there inherently are several information processing tasks. For example, if we think about buying a product. So what are the information processing? The particular product is available in a shop. It has to come to me. So that is physical activity. But that there has to be, I have to know where this product is available. This is information. I have to know what are the best prices. That is information. Then I can also engage someone who will bring to me this thing. So that also requires information. The payment methods, payment is basically an information transfer only. Though we are very familiar with this currency notes, etc., but that is nothing but information only. So basically it's a credit, and the credit has to be transferred from the buyer to the seller. So that is also information. So in all human activities, there are several information processing tasks. Gradually, more and more of these are getting done through ICT. Administration, education, manufacturing, entertainment, healthcare, commerce, art and culture, literature. So in all these fields, ICT is being used these days. Numeric information, text, images, audio, and video are all represented as information in digital format. Digital format means actually use of distinct numbers. So they're all represented in digital format inside computers. And along with computing, communication is the other capability that complements information processing. Prior to use of communication for computing, a particular computer would do some calculations and provide the results. The input has to be given directly to the computer by the user, and the output will be directly provided by the computer to the user on that machine. But now with the spread of communication technology, the information that arrives at a computing device is also maybe from distant places. The results can also go to distant places. So this network, through computer network, the information that is available in one place is also equally accessible from other places. Higher speeds of communication for use by common people are becoming possible. Till about 2 decades ago, high-speed communication was not available to common people. So, for example, watching video in a mobile phone was not conceivable at that time because that requires high speed of communication. So that was out of question. But now, with high-speed communication accessible by everyone, so even common people can see videos in their mobile phones. Advances in fabrication technology, these computers, etc., how large, how energy efficient they would be, it depends on how those processor chips can be manufactured. That is fabrication technology. That's a very, very involved technology, and there has been a lot of advances in there. Advances in fabrication technology has put enormous information processing power in smaller and smaller devices. That's why earlier we had big computers. Nowadays, that much of computing we find even in our handheld mobile devices. Thus, more and more tasks are being automated. ICT has dramatically helped in research in various fields, including sciences, engineering, arts, humanities, and management. In fact, today's topic is science and technology. So this ICT technology, or computer science, or information processing technology, this has also helped all other fields, all other science disciplines and other fields in research, in deploying new ideas. Research in computer science has also led to artificial intelligence. See, without artificial intelligence also, there is a lot of deployment of ICT in different fields. But AI is a different level because through AI, it has facilitated the next level of use of ICT in different domains. Let me give you an example. If suppose we are talking about, let us say, a bank. So bank can do all the processing about different users' accounts, their deposits, their loans, etc. And this can be done, fine. But using AI, the bank can also figure out which the behavior of each individual customer, whether the customer is genuine, whether he's likely to commit some malicious task. So this can also be figured out, for example. That is the next level, which otherwise nobody would have even thought of. But with use of AI, these things are becoming possible. Now, these are roughly different domains in which I have covered some advances in recent times. Now, let us come to the other aspects of science and technology, some concerns due to use of technology. Firstly, challenges to the environment. This is so, this affects all of us so much. Challenges to the environment. There are different ways in which technology challenges the environment. One is the damage to the environment, both through pollution that we are all familiar with, and imbalance. Certain there in nature there is certain balance in the environment. How much land, how much water, how much vegetation. These things have some balance. And because of use of technology, not only use of technology, but use of technology is an important factor, there has been some imbalance. So this has affected civilization. Depletion. Depletion means reduction of usable land, depletion of vegetation, that means forests and other kind of vegetation. Water sources, these are becoming less. There is water, but usable water. Depletion of species, so many species are becoming extinct or they are becoming endangered. So this is one kind of challenge to the environment. And what we all talk about these days is climate change. We all are experiencing climate change these days, extreme climates like that. Another aspect is disparity and inclusiveness. These are two opposite words. Compared to earlier times, people are more connected and disparities are deeper. In earlier times, what is the standard of living of people in, let us say, Gujarat would not be known to people in Assam. They are so much unconnected. So even if people of Gujarat, suppose, were more prosperous, they use certain kind of technology, certain kinds of conveniences of life, people in Assam or Arunachal Pradesh would not be aware about that, and they won't feel any inferior or any, they won't feel deprived. But because people are connected, we come to know that in USA people use such and such technology, they have such facilities, we are not having that. So a sense of disparity is there, a deprivation and disparity is there. What we want is inclusiveness. Everybody should be included in all the developments that are taking place. All willing sections of people do not get equal opportunities in the process of development and deployment of technology. In the process of development means, can one participate in the development like doing research, etc. And deployment means how people get to use those output of those development efforts. And the concerning thing is that some people do not get opportunities for reasons other than mere competence. One is competent but doesn't get the opportunity. Apart from being unfair, this leads to social tensions and resultant far-reaching consequences. Social tensions and resultant far-reaching consequences, I don't have to elaborate, I believe. Another concern is information security. More and more information are being stored in computers. As the computers are networked, the information, much of which is sensitive, is vulnerable to malicious access. So we are aware about these cyber attacks, this hacking, these kind of things. So our privacy may be lost, our finances may be affected. From our bank account, somebody maliciously takes out huge amounts, and those are at personal level or small levels. But even between countries, the strategic assets of a country, the defense facilities, defense installations can become vulnerable, and this may lead to very adverse balance between nations. Sustainability. This is a term we are these days so familiar with. Most use of technology requires certain resources and have certain impact on human behavior and environment. Two things: they require resources and they have an impact on human behavior and environment. A technology would not be sustainable. That means we would not be able to continue with the technology if one is the resources are not adequately available or affordable. If I develop something which requires such and such input, which is not so available, so it is not sustainable. The behavioral impacts are not healthy. We develop something, but if people start using it, there will be adverse impact. For example, this too much use of this mobile phone. They change the behavior of the new generation. That is probably not healthy. That should not be continued in that way. Then the environmental impacts are negative. Like we are so aware that pollution or other kind of environmental impacts. So if those are also negative, we won't be able to continue with such technology for very long. Sustainability is a question. Another concern is evil forces taking advantage, use of technology in crime. I don't think I have to elaborate on that. Use of technology by terrorists. So these are also very grave concern, matters of grave concern. So the concerns regarding technology must be considered with the advance in science and technology. Now we come to how we support science and technology. Facilitation, how we encourage it and how we make it sustainable. One is educational foundation. Students from school onwards, they get the right educational foundations for participation in development and deployment of technology. Apart from other subjects, students learn science, students learn other few subjects like related subjects like mathematics, etc. And these in turn, in long run, will help them in participating in development of technology. But the problem that we see today is that such ideal formal education is not effectively delivered. That is one. The delivery of science subjects is not up to the mark in many places, for whatever reason. Then inclusiveness. There still are sections of society who do not get access to good education in science and technology, for whatever reason. And science and technology curriculum, the syllabi, needs to be regularly updated because this is such a developing discipline. Science and technology are developing disciplines, so the curriculum must be regularly updated. Then, higher educational institutes and industrial R&D. Competence of development of R&D and deployment of technologies built in higher education, in colleges and universities. HCIs also have a role in studying the impact of technology, the positive and the negative impacts. Negative impacts we have seen like higher education for creating competence in science and technology is resource intensive. It needs investment and it needs capable teachers. Financially as well as human resources are very crucial for education in science and technology. In deriving the benefits of advances in science and technology, industries play a crucial role and directly gets to handle the commercial aspects. Research and development is one aspect that a lot of research and development also take place in HEIs, and industries also have some R&D activities. But the other part is the commercial aspect, producing products based on such technology, deriving the profits out of that the industries get to handle. Hence, industries should participate in the R&D initiatives in the HEIs also, because otherwise HEIs would not directly reap benefits of development in science and technology. So participation of industries is very essential. People who are involved in R&D development and the production, this should be a safe, there should be a safe career for this. And since R&D produces intellectual property, so this should be protected. Advances in science and technology results from intellectual contributions of experts. The practice of science and technology must be a rewarding career option. Currently, career options for such persons are in higher education institutes, R&D organizations, and in India, mostly these R&D organizations are government run. And some industrial houses have R&D units, not all. The intellectual contributions towards science and technology must be recognized as intellectual property and due protection must be provided. and monetary benefits should also come, so that it is a good career option. Production and distribution of technology products is also a strong career option, that is industrial jobs, jobs in transport and like that. Multidisciplinarity. Advance in science and technology, particularly the latter, is multidisciplinary. That means if we consider only one, let us say electronics as one discipline, we'll hardly come across a product which is entirely exclusively based on electronics. There will be a lot of other things, at least the material science will be there, there will be electricity, there will be things like that. School education strives to create a multidisciplinary foundation in the students, that students are taught physics also, chemistry also, mathematics also, biology also, but that is not aimed at any specific advance in technology. For advance in technology, specific subjects across disciplines required for that technology must be identified and objectively studied. Let us look at an example. To design a new vehicle, what all disciplines we must be aware of? Some topics of physics, not all entire physics, some topics of physics, some topics of chemistry, material science, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, automobile engineering, production engineering, design, computer technology, environment science, economics, commerce, etc. have to be studied for the specific purpose. Otherwise, if I am aware of only, say, automobile engineering and develop one particular technology, that may not find a place in what they are doing in a particular automobile industry, because my particular technology may not immediately fit because of the other concerns. So everything must be known. Let us take a quick look at science and technology scenario in India. India has a strong manufacturing base and services sector. Much of the strength comes from her vast pool of human resource. India has a vast education sector. Though the quality is not always that high in some cases. India has considerable research work. Again, the quality of research is not uniformly high. Higher education institutes account for most of the research activities in India, but the industry connect of the research is not high. This needs to be important. The investment on R&D is not very high compared to other countries. This is the picture. In India, we spend per capita about $43 in a year, which is only 0.7% of GDP. This is Niti Aayog's data. If we compare it with some other country, USA, $1,800, that is 3.4% of GDP. China, $325, 2.4% of GDP. Even Brazil, which is also a third world country, means almost similar advancement like India, they spend $173. South Africa spends $105. Ours is only $43. So that we spend very little on R&D. PhDs that are produced in India, that number is of course high, though compared to a population that may not be so high, but we have a high number of PhDs coming out, mostly from science and engineering. This is a picture. Recently, there has been a lot of increase. Total PhD admissions in 15-16 was 1,26,000, and in 19-20 it is 2 lakh, almost 60% increase. And apart from this pure PhD, there are some integrated PhD students also. Gender-wise, I was talking about inclusiveness. Gender-wise, there is still some disparity, though it's catching up. Like in 2019, there were 21,500 male PhD entrants and only 17,400 female PhD entrants. PhD awarding institutions has also grown. In 2000, there were 326 institutions. In 2017, there are 912. So about 3 times increase. So number of PhDs also has increased 3 times. At PhD level, maximum number of student outturn is in science stream, followed by engineering and technology. India ranks 4th among countries by the number of PhD degrees awarded. We are only preceded by US, Germany, and Great Britain. But the supply of PhDs in India currently has outstripped its demand. The number of PhDs that can be absorbed is less than the number of PhDs produced. About 1/3 of the PhDs do not find decent jobs. So what happens is PhD holders who have actual experience of doing research, they move overseas. So there is brain drain. And another matter of concern is the number of students enrolled in doctoral programs at credible institutions where students need to carry out credible research and write dissertations based on actual research without plagiarism and fabrication is relatively low, and no more than 10 to 20%. This is a very, very dismal picture. No more than 10 to 20% of the total. That means many of the PhDs, they are based on not original work. The low industry connect of research work in HIs is linked to the fact that most of the research work is not directly usable in the products that the industry produces. The actual challenges in a research problem are often not understood well. Challenges in the problem, forget about solutions. Solutions will be good only when we understand the problem well. That is also missing. Industry-linked multidisciplinary research involving science and engineering relevant to the product can help bring better funding. If we can engage industry with something that they find useful, then we can expect funding from industry, and this will lead to long-term benefits. Science and technology R&D has the potential of becoming an attractive career option to attract brilliant minds. If this whole situation is improved from the career point of view, brilliant minds can be attracted. This will turn in raise the quality of research. If we look at patents, another aspect, the most patents in a particular year 5,30,000. US had 3,50,000, and in India, if we compare figures in the last few years, we have these days about 70,000 patents. So it is far less than this our competing countries. So finally, something for all of us, that there should be scientific temper. This scientific temper, we are familiar with this term. So what do we mean by it? A modest, open-minded temper, a way of thinking. A temper ever ready to welcome new light, new knowledge, new requirements, even when the results are unfavorable to preconceived opinions and long-cherished theories. This I have put in double quotes because these are from some very big luminaries. A way of life, an individual and social process of thinking and acting which uses a scientific method, which may include questioning, observing reality, testing, hypothesizing, analyzing, and communicating. As conscious citizens, what we should do, what we should be aware of, that adoption in technology must be in a manner that serves humanity, civilization, and protects the health of the planet. That's all from me now. I hope I could finish within time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Utpal Sharma, sir, for the very informative talk. Now the session is open for discussion.
This was very general. I don't know whether anybody will have something to ask, but I would love to answer. Dr. Chakraborty, it seems this was not the right time for such a talk immediately after lunch.
Looks like so. So if there are no queries, I'll call upon, thank you very much, sir, Utpal Sharma, sir.
Thank you.
And now I'll call upon Dr. Jivan Sarvare, the chairperson of this session, for further proceedings.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, sir. Onset of my chairman remark, I would like to congratulate today's resource person for this topic, recent advances in science and technology, Honorable Dr. Utpal Sharma, sir. Almost he has covered all areas of the science and technology and its uses for the human being. Recent advances and science technology, its advantages and disadvantages to the humankind. He almost covered engineering sector, medical sector, agriculture sector, space biology, and other allied branches. No doubt, the recent advances or recent research, it is one way it is fruitful or it is fulfilling demand of increasing population, and the other hand, few drawbacks are also there, and these disadvantages are also we have to think while we using the science and technology and its recent research. Very nicely, he given very informative talk on this topic. Once again, I congratulate him. And at the same time, I congratulate organizer, my friend, Principal Dr. Mahadev Waluns, Principal Arts College Big One, Principal Dr. Keste, Principal Dattakala Institute, Principal Dr. Ranjan Kalita, Principal Rangapara College, Assam, and my friend Dr. Prashant Saures. And at the same time, I congratulate and thanks to all delegates, participants, and all dignitaries, those who joined this conference. Thank you once again. All.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Chakra.
So now I'll call upon Dr. Niku Setia, sir, for the vote of thanks for this session. Over to you, Niku Setia.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to offer the vote of thanks. I offer my sincere thanks to Dr. Utpal Sharma for delivering an informative lecture on advances in science and technology. Special thanks to Dr. Jivan Savarde for his speech as the chairperson of this session. I also offer my gratitude towards Dr. Gaurango Chakrabarty for the introduction of resource person. I also thank all the participants and dignitaries of the conference. Last but not the least, I thank College of Arts, Big One, Datakala Group of Institutions for holding hands with Rangapara College and making this international e-conference possible. With this, I would like to conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Now, I'll call upon the anchor for the next session, Dr. Lakshmi Musahari. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I hope I am audible. Thank you to all the organizers for giving me the opportunities, and also thank to Dr. Gaurango Chakrabarty, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Rangapara College, for giving me this introduction. So good afternoon to all the chief guests and all the dignitaries and all the participants of today's International E-Conference. The inaugural session is over and all the 3 technical sessions are hereby over. We have now come to the last session, which is the valedictory function. The chief guest of this valedictory function is Honorable Dr. Charu Saharia Nath, President Governing Body, Rangapara College, who will be introduced by Dr. Gitato Kaushik, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Rangapara College. Then finally, we will have the vote of thanks by Dr. Prashant Chavre from the College of Arts, Big One. So we can now take feedbacks from the participants, but due to time constraint, we will limit only up to few of the participants' feedback. So we have received few of the names. I got the name of Professor Raj Kumar Kadam, Vidya Pratisthan's Arts, Commerce and Science College, Baramati, Pune, Maharashtra. So I request sir to kindly give his valuable feedback. Sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Today's international e-conference on recent trends in humanities, research, engineering, science and technology is a grand amalgamation and celebration in the field of education. All credit goes to Arts College Big One, Dattakala Institute and Rangapara College, Assam. All the organizers, we are very lucky to have such a intellectual feast on literature, science, technology, management and commerce. So I congratulate all the organizers and all the 3 colleges who jointly organized such a wonderful event in the field of education. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Rajkumar Kadam sir. So if Dr. Pamela Sharma is available here, she also requested for giving her feedback for this conference. Dr. Pamela Sharma, ma'am.
Dr. Lakshmi, thank you so much. This is
Thank you,
Pamela Sharma from Rangapara College. I've been listening to quite a few of the sessions, and I'm very happy to listen to them, because no matter how many times we attend sessions like this, seminars and conferences like this, it's always challenging and very thought-provoking actually. And I also would like to congratulate all the organizers, the presenters and the dignitaries which are present here. All the sessions are very, though it's an e-conference, of course, and because it's a collaboration, still it has been very systematic and organized, very insightful and inspiring. So it's a kind of a mind opener when it comes to things like that. So I'm very happy to participate, very happy to, be a part of such a conference. Thank you so much, Lakshmi, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pamela ma'am, for your valuable feedback. We can take one more feedbacks from any of the participants who wish to give their feedbacks for this e-conference. Anyone willing to give feedbacks, they are welcome. Okay, I guess so. If there are no feedbacks available, then okay. Yes, sir.
It is a good kind of opportunity to such our research scholars to get the multidisciplinary training, and the conference is really useful for us. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Kiran sir. We would now request Dr. Gitato Kaushik for introduction of our chief guest of this valedictory function. Dr. Gitato sir, over to you. Dr. Gitato, are you available, sir? Yes, please.
Hello, you were supposed to give an introduction in e-conference earlier. It is right now. You are being called.
We are actually waiting for a minute for Dr. Gitato to kindly resume in this online meeting. Thank you.
You are being called.
You can join from here. Gitato sir, you can join from here.
Oh, yes, join from there.
Lakshmi madam, are you sending feedback form also?
Yes, sir. We will be sending the feedback forms soon after the session is over.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Gitato sir, yeah, you may proceed in this. On this video.
Am I visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's all
Thank you so much. A very good evening to all the respected delegates and the participants from different parts of the world. I, Dr. Gitato Kaushik, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Rangapara College, welcome you all to the valedictory session of the International E-Conference on recent advances in humanities, commerce, management, engineering, science, and technology, jointly organized by College of Arts, Vigwan, and Rangapara College, Assam. We are now heading towards our next session. We are very fortunate to have with us a very renowned academician and a very popular figure in the field of Assamese literature in Assam, Honorable Dr. Saru Sohariya Nath ma'am. Now, let me take the privilege to introduce Dr. Nath ma'am to the gathering. Well, born and brought up in a small town of Assam, Dolgaon, ma'am has completed her education from Guwahati University, Assam. She was awarded with the PhD degree by Guwahati University in 1991. And ma'am has proved that to learn something, age is not at all a barrier. She has completed her Probin examination by Assam Rashtra Bhasha Prashar Samiti in 2019 with the first division. Ma'am has started her academic career as an assistant professor in the year of 1979 at Tejpur College. She has successfully guided the college for 12 long years as the principal of the college. Ma'am has already published 12 books, including 2 books for children. Ma'am has also acted as an editor for 15 books. From her core research area, she is from geography. Ma'am has already written 6 books. 5 articles were published by different writers on the biography of Dr. Nath ma'am. That is a very big news. Ma'am has already acted as the president and members for more than 60 different organizations. Ma'am has invited as the special speaker for a number of meetings. Till date, ma'am has delivered more than 93 lectures in different meetings across Assam. Ma'am has actively taken part and already delivered her talk in 6 national international conferences. In the field of research, ma'am has published a number of research papers. She has also published 14 different articles related to geography. 12 articles of Dr. Nath ma'am have been broadcasted by the All India Radio, Guwahati and Dibrugarh. You will be glad to know that the ma'am has written an article with the heading, A Geographical Analysis of Tejpur Region, which is and will be acting as a helpful tourist guide if you want to visit the Uhanagori Tejpur. And ma'am has been awarded with a number of awards, including Dr. Ambedkar Fellowship in 2002 from Dalit Sahitya Academy, Indira Gandhi Sadbhavna Award from National Integration and Economic Council, New Delhi, Michael Madhusudan Award in 2014 from Michael Madhusudan Academy, Kolkata, in her accolades. She has been honored with the title Karma Prana on 4th of April 2021 by the Hodo Ahom Lekhika Homaru Committee, Tezpur branch. Ma'am has received a literary pension from the Government of Assam in 15 August 2020. Currently, ma'am is offering her service as the president, governing body, Rangapara College. She is also actively taking part in women empowerment. Currently, she is occupying the post of president in Hodo Ahom Lekhika Homaru Committee, which is a very popular women literary organization of Assam. We are very happy to have here with us. We are very happy to have you here with us, ma'am, today. So now I would like to request Dr. Sohariya Nath ma'am to deliver her valuable lecture as the chief guest. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Gitartha. A very good evening to everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are absolutely audible.
Respected Dr. Ranjan Kolita, Principal, Rangapara College, Dr. A. Kaste, Dr. Mahadev Walans, the Chief Organizing Secretaries of this one-day international e-conference on the topic Recent Advances in Humanities, Commerce, Management, Engineering, Science and Technology. This conference is organized jointly by College of Arts, Vigwan, Maharashtra, Daptakala Group of Institutions, Maharashtra, and Rangapara College, Assam. At the very outset, I congratulate all the principals and head of the institutions who have successfully organized this e-conference. I feel happy that I have been invited here as a chief guest in this valedictory function. The inaugurator of this function, Honorable Sri Harshavardhan has given a fruitful lecture, and we all are highly benefited for his valuable speech. I congratulate him. Dr. Mohesh Shivaji Sewali, Senior Mechatronics Design Engineer, ASML, USLP, Wilton City, USA, has delivered a very wonderful speech related to the topic of e-conference held today. He has discussed pros and cons of the subject and left no stone unturned to convey us the importance of this topic. Respected sir, I congratulate you for this speech of knowledge. Dear friends, today we have seen many changes have been occurred in the various field of knowledge. Every day we find some new issues are coming in the field of knowledge. It may be humanities, social science, commerce and management, or engineering, or science and technology. People are running for advanced studies. The changes occurring day by day is a need of modernization in the aforesaid fields. My dear friends, we have seen in this conference, participants have delivered the papers on different topics. I think something new ideology will come out and our nation will be benefited. Study of literature and language as importance and the study of science and technology. In the recent global atmosphere, we see that human values are not getting proper importance. Human rights are violated. India is a big country. The civilization is very old. The recent development in the global scenario, India is getting a good position in the aspects. So I personally feel that our literature and social scientists and the scholars of science and technology will work for the advancement of these fields. In recent times, India has shown its power in space, navigation, and in so many other fields for which we feel proud. India is becoming stronger for its Make in India policy. Advanced study in science and technology will lead India to achieve its self-dependent status in all the fields of knowledge. Dear friends and my dear participants, I once again congratulate you for the success of this e-conference. I convey my gratitude to the organizers who have given me the opportunity to speak a few words as a chief guest in this valedictory function. I think all of you are happy and feel happy for this e-conference, and I myself again convey my thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. And now I hand over my mic again to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is always very pleasure to hear you. Thank you so much for the encouraging and the resourceful delivery. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are heading towards the end of our today's session. And as for the schedule, we are having the vote of thanks now as our next program. So for doing that, I would like to request Dr. Prashant Chabre Assistant Professor, Department of English, College of Arts, Vigban, Maharashtra, to deliver the vote of thanks for today's e-conference. Over to you, Prashant, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kaushik, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. And Honorable Dr. Charu Saharia Nath, Madam, the Chief Guest of Valedictory Function, Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun, sir, Principal Dr. Ranjan Kalita, sir, Principal Dr. A. Kesle, sir, Convener Dr. Sharad Karne, sir, Dr. Ranendra Deka, sir, and all the participants. Now we are in the final stage of this conference. The organizing committee has given me this opportunity to express vote of thanks to all those known and unknown well-wishers who have worked very hard for last month to make this international conference successful. Organizing such a multidisciplinary international conference is no doubt a challenge. But the two colleges from Maharashtra and a college from Assam come together and has accepted this challenge. We are able to organize this kind of event with the help of overwhelming support by the teaching faculty and the research scholars and the students from India and abroad. We are very happy that more than 200 researchers have presented their research papers for the purpose of publication, and also they have sent their presentations for the conference. The conference was inaugurated by Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil, former Minister of Maharashtra. The session was chaired by renowned educationist Professor Ramdas Zol, President Dattakala Education Society, Swami Chincholi, and Honorable Dr. Charu Saharia Nath, Madam. Listening to these principals, listening to the presidents of all these three educational institutions is really blessing for all the participants and research scholars. I thank Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil Sahib. I thank Honorable Professor Ramdas Zol sir and Honorable Dr. Charu Saharia Nath Madam for their presence and valuable guidance and encouragement. I thank the keynote speaker, Dr. Mahesh Shevale from USA, the resource persons of various sessions, the chairpersons of all the sessions for their useful and intellectual guidance. I thank Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun sir, Principal Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir, Principal Dr. A. Keshte sir for their unconditional support. I also thank Convener Dr. Sharad Karne sir, Dr. Ranendra Deka sir, Dr. Santosh Mane sir, and all the co-conveners, without whose supports, this task is highly impossible. I thank all the professors, research scholars, and students from different colleges who have given their valuable feedback. I also thank all the professors, research students, professors from all the three colleges and non-teaching staff of all the three colleges for that these people have worked hard to make this conference successful. It is not the end, we can say, because this is the second international conference in collaboration with Rangapura Education Society's Rangapura College. And for the second time, we are here together for this conference. And I feel this is not the end, but this collaboration will go on. So it is not the end, but in the real sense, it is the beginning, we can say. I hope and expect the same kind of love, cooperation from all of you in future. So thank you all. Thank you for cooperation. With this, one more announcement is there. For this conference, we have declared some of the prizes for best paper and prizes for best presentation. So these awards will be declared after 15 days, and those who receive these awards, they will be given this message through WhatsApp group and also through their mails. So this is the announcement for those people who have submitted their paper for the purpose of publication, and those who have submitted their videos for presentations. So thank you all. Now with the national anthem, I request all of you to stand up for national anthem, and after that the program will close. Thank you. Dr. Santosh Mane, sir.
Minute, 1 minute.
Dr. Mane.
Allowance. Please wait, sir. Technical issue. 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
लैपटॉप चलता है.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sir, how will you send the feedback form, sir? In WhatsApp or what? Organize this, please.
All the participants who are sending feedback link in your email ID and our 3 WhatsApp groups.
Thank you, sir.
Vikas sir, how are you?
Good morning, sir. Please send me the feedback form.
Busy, very busy.
Feedback, send me.
Congratulations, Prashant sir.